Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, and welcome to another edition of Klamath Falls Falcons baseball on 104.3 960 Sports and on mybasin.com. Today, the Falcons continue their road trip in the Rogue Valley. They find themselves here at Jim McAbee Field on the campus of North Medford High School to take on the Medford Mavericks. So happy to be along with you today on this fine, warm Saturday afternoon. My name is Josh Eldridge. Along with me today is Walter Hartley. The Falcons enter play today 12-0 in league play and 24-3 on the season. The Mavericks 11-11 overall on the season with an 8-6 record in Area 4 play. These two teams did meet twice earlier in the season on June 16th. A couple of wins for the Falcons back at Kiger Stadium. They're looking to complete the season sweep on the road this afternoon with a doubleheader looming. We're going to step aside for 2 minutes. When we come back, we'll introduce you to today's starting lineups. Get ready for first pitch on 104.3 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
When your care feels complicated, you need someone who won't back away. At Heartfelt, they are known for taking on the cases others won't. Complex, high-risk, and deeply personal situations that deserve real attention. They specialize in minimally invasive procedures, helping you heal faster and get back to your life, your family, your work. And they are here for the long term, not just one visit. No referrals needed, just care that truly shows up for you. Visit heartfeltobgyn.com or call 541-205-6890. Heartfelt OBGYN. Expert care when it matters most.
Come on in. Hey, I'm Jason with Elevate Physical Therapy, Fitness, and Performance, and just a little bit about us. So we started in March of 2020, opened right before COVID hit. It's been a wild ride. So one of the things I'm super passionate about is this idea of being guides or think about like a map and compass. If you think about our job as physical therapists is to take a person who's had an injury and help them kind of go from point A to point B. And everybody's journey is different. It's never a straight line. It's nice to have someone that's been there, that's walked that path before many times. And so we see it as our honor and privilege to be able to walk with patients through those little steps along the way of getting back to doing the things they love. So to get a hold of us at Elevate, you can call our number at 541-887-2030. Check out our website, elevateptfp.com. Or check us out on Instagram, shoot us a message.
The Klamath Basin is beautiful, from shimmering Klamath Lake to rich farmlands to the historic downtown. And with an average of over 300 days of sunshine every year, the Klamath Basin is a great place to be. We here at Basin Media Active have been supporting this community for many years, keeping it entertained and informed with friendly faces and familiar voices. You can stay up to date with the latest news, weather, stream live local sports, and check out our community calendar, all on our website, mybasin.com. And you can download our app for free in your app store right now. Basin Media Active, local, community, engaged.
Josh Eldridge and Walter Hartley back along with you today on 104.3 960 Sports and mybasin.com. Just a few minutes away from another edition of Falcons baseball today. Let's go ahead and introduce you to today's starting lineups, and we'll begin with the visitors. That is the Klamath Falls Falcons. Leading off for them, their shortstop, Carson Sims. Corbin Hamilton bats second. He's the pitcher today, followed by Jacoby Takini, the catcher, batting third. Ian Myers batting cleanup at first base today, followed by Colin Takini at third base, batting fifth. Hitting sixth is Hunter Glidden in left field. Trustin Thomas is the right fielder, batting seventh. Hitting eighth is Ty Teeters, the second baseman, and in center field it is Harley Hoblet batting ninth. They're going up against Sage Wyant on the hill for North Medford. The lineup behind him goes like this. The center fielder, Braden Poff, is leading off. Gavin Bowl, the right fielder, bats second. The third baseman, Ethan Lang, is at the three spot in the order. Nico Colombo, the catcher, bats cleanup. Batting fifth is Jackson Stowers, the first baseman. Kyson Scheid is the second baseman. He bats sixth. Batting seventh is the pitcher, Sage Wyant. We've also got Tucker Pickens in left field batting eighth, and batting ninth is Jackson Dalton for the Mavericks. And again, they're going up against Corbin Hamilton on the hill for the Falcons. It's Sage Wyant, the left-hander, starting today for North Medford. We can check the statistics on him coming into play today. For Sage, this is his seventh appearance of the season. It's actually his first start. He's pitched 10 1/3 relief innings this year. He's allowed 10 hits and 19 runs, although only 10 of those 19 earned. He's walked 10 against 6 strikeouts, an ERA of 6.77 coming into play today for Sage Wyant. So not a huge sample size for him, no starts on the year, and he's going up against a Falcons order that has just absolutely been rolling as of late. They are winners of 6 consecutive ball games coming into play today, and look to continue those good times rolling. League sweep of South Medford their last 4 games. 11-0, 9-1, 17-1, and 12-2. Walter, we've been along with them since they returned to league play, and they're starting to swing the bats well again after a trip to Roseburg. They've come alive these last few games.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's kind of spearheaded by Jacoby Takini. He had 5 bases total last game.
Bunt single to lead off the game for Carson Sims. 1 pitch, and he speeds down the line. A good bunt laid down for Carson. We get to see Corbin Hamilton now for the Falcons, guy who had a good individual showing last time we played North Medford in a win back home at Kiger Stadium on the 16th of June. Hamilton was 4 for 4, had a couple of doubles and 2 RBIs, and already in an early good spot here against North Medford. Carson Sims aboard at first. They going to go check on him, and I believe we got a balk. The pitcher Wyant motioned to first like he was going to throw over and then never actually threw over. And so Sims is able to advance to second there after the balk. And Hamilton now with an early RBI opportunity in the top of the first inning. Still nobody out.
Hamilton, a .410 hitter on the season so far. He had a couple of good games last game.
Pitch is going to miss upstairs to him, squirt out of the catcher's glove, and it gets behind him, allowing Sims to advance to third. So after the bunt single, Sims, just 1 pitch later, finds himself at third base, taking advantage of some early mistakes from the Mavericks.
Yeah, Sims kind of has an ability to make the base paths look small.
Pitch misses upstairs, 2-0, the count to Hamilton. He's just speedy out there, and he's smart on the base paths too.
Yeah, he's not afraid to take a big lead, and a couple of strides later, it's a stolen base for him.
2-0 the count to Hamilton. The delivery there is hit weakly to center field, but down for a single. Sims is going to score, and an RBI for the Falcons pitcher gets them their first run of the ball game. Klamath Falls leads 1-0.
Well, that's how you draw it up if you're the Falcons. I mean, that's why Carson Sims is the leadoff hitter. He's just fast enough to get around the bases and get into scoring position before the inning's over.
Hamilton knocking in RBI number 15 on the season. And we're going to get an early visit to the pitcher's mound. Last time out for North Medford, it was on Thursday night. And they played the Crater Comets, so I suppose Central Point Comets here in the summer season. They split with Central Point. They lost the nightcap 16-4, but won the opener 4-3. And, wins like that for North Medford help out the Falcons when you can try to get some breathing room between yourself and Central Point. For the Mavericks, they're trying to climb up into that second place spot and, of course, maybe overtake the Falcons, who are unbeaten in league play right now. But only one team from Area 4 South gets a bid to the state tournament, and there's one automatic bid out of the northern part of Area 4. That's North Coos, as they're the host team of the state event this year. And then the league champion also gets a bid to the state tournament out of Area 4 North, or the runner-up if North Bend is the team that happens to capture the league title. So it's a thin margin of error here in Area 4 South. You got to be the league champion if you want to make it to the postseason. North Medford with a key win last time out. They're trying to find a way to beat the Falcons today, who again are still unbeaten in league play. Here's the first pitch to Jacoby Takini. Hamilton on the move on the first pitch. The throw down is not going to be there. The tag just barely behind Hamilton as he swipes second. Colombo, the catcher today, laying at third. Dalton at short, Scheid at second, and Stowers at first. In the outfield from left to right, it's Pickens, Poff, and Bowl.
Last time up, Takini had a home run.
Yeah, yesterday or Thursday against South Medford. That was the first home run of the season for any Falcon, and boy, yeah, that one got out of there in a hurry over the left field fence. Swings over the top of the 1-0 pitch. Count is even to Jacoby Takini. Was kind of surprised to see that had been his first home run of the season for a guy who hit a handful during the prep season. But he certainly hasn't let his RBI numbers be affected by the lack of long shots. 41 RBIs this season for Jacoby.
Another chance for another one right here with Corbin at second.
1-1 misses up, 2-1. Jacoby also enters play today batting .442. That's the second best average on the team. He's seen that jump up a ton. He had gone on a streak of, I believe, 13 consecutive at-bats with a base hit, and that'll see that average jump up pretty considerably. Here he pops one to the right side. Looks like it is caught by the first baseman. Stowers behind the North Medford dugout. I had lost track of the defender, but when I see everyone else starting to clap their hands, that's a nice catch in the corner, and it brings up Ian Meyer. Runner at second is still Corbin Hamilton. Meyer, the team leader in average coming into play today. He's also second on the team in RBIs. Looking in is Wyant. Comes set. The lefty doesn't give much thought to Hamilton at second. Just delivers home and gets Meyer to swing over the top of the first pitch. And the count is 0-1. After Meyer in the order, it's Colin Tacchini for the Falcons in their road blue jerseys today with gray pants. North Medford in their red jerseys, the word Medford written across their chest, and white pants today for the Mavericks. The 0-1 to Ian misses upstairs. Count is even to the Falcons' first baseman, hitting in the cleanup spot here. Already one run home for Klamath Falls, top of the first inning, only just getting started. Part of a twin bill today here at Jim Maccabee Field. The 1-1. Meyer takes it up and probably a touch outside. 2-1 to Meyer. Last time these two teams played, Meyer was 2 for 3 in the ball game with a double and 2 RBIs. This was, again, back on the June 16th meeting at Kiger Stadium.
Yeah, Meyer's batting over 500 this season.
Line drive to center field. He just added another one. Now they'll see Hamilton can score. He gets the green light. The throw in from Poff in center field was a good one, but Hamilton beats it. And an RBI single for Meyer. He extends it to second base on the throw. Remains in scoring position in a 2-0 lead for the Falcons in the top of the first inning.
It's a great spot to hit it to.
Just right back up the middle, as reminiscent of the hit that Hamilton had to get himself into scoring position. And if you can just continue to square it up and punch it back up the middle all day long, you'll take that. But look at this for Colin Tacchini. The center fielder played way to the right here. Huge gap up the middle for Colin if he can take advantage of it. Here's the pitch. That one is a curveball, going to miss in against Colin. He works ahead 1-0. The right fielder playing pretty much straight away, but the center fielder playing almost even with the shortstop, maybe a couple of feet to the right, but not by much. And the left fielder close hugging the line down the third base side. Curveball starts away, bends back over the plate to Colin, and the count is even to the Falcons started third baseman today. Hunter Glidden is on deck for the Falcons. He starts in left field.
You know, you talk about watching film a lot in football, but I don't know if I've really ever heard it much at this level of watching film for baseball.
You can try to pick up on some tendencies, but I think baseball is just one of those things where you can watch a pitcher throw, see how much break he has, try to gauge velocity, but until you step in the box, you never really can tell. That's why second time through the order, teams will start to adjust to a pitcher rather than just trying to jump all over him at the start. That pitch is going to miss into Colin. Some other things you might look for, base running tendencies, things like that. But you're right. I think it's less studying your opponents in baseball and more trying to improve yourself. You know?
I think there's also a lot of stats. You know, you do like a meta-analysis of where a player is hitting it to most. If they're behind or ahead of the ball, you can shift your defense. They usually hit it to left field. You can try to shift to the left a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, you're exactly right. I think sometimes that's why teams get so protective over their numbers and how teams get hit to or get pitched against. It's all a numbers game in baseball for sure. The full count pitch to Tacchini's a curveball. He shoots it into left field. That one is going to be caught by the center fielder, shaded way over. They had him scouted, and the fly out is the second out here in the first inning.
Yeah, I wonder if that's sometimes why teams won't let you into their game changer.
You're probably right. Something we have to battle.
Not really much that you're going to do. You going to go coach them or what?
Yeah. All right, guys. Try to hit opposite field today.
Yeah.
Yeah, not that easy. Hunter Glidden getting ready to step in now for the Falcons. Still a runner in scoring position is Ian Meyer. Pitch in is called a strike. Count is 0-1. Glidden on the season, batting .357. Hasn't had an opportunity to start in the outfield very much this year. As he swings over the top of that one, count is 0-2. The nice bender from the lefty Wyant there to get ahead.
Yeah, Glidden was way ahead of that pitch.
Going to try to dial it back a little bit. Wyant can go just about anywhere he wants to here. Not a huge lead off a second for Meyer either. The pitch in is a grounder sent out towards shortstop. Dalton is up with it. Throw on to first. A good stretch by the first baseman gets him, and that will retire the first inning. But the Falcons score 2 on 3 base hits. They leave a man stranded. We're going to the bottom half of the first next on mybasin.com.
The Klamath Basin is beautiful, from shimmering Klamath Lake to rich farmlands to the historic downtown. And with an average of over 300 days of sunshine every year, the Klamath Basin is a great place to be. We here at Basin Media Active have been supporting this community for many years, keeping it entertained and informed with friendly faces and familiar voices. You can stay up to date with the latest news, weather, stream live local sports, and check out our community calendar, all on our website, mybasin.com. And you can download our app for free in your app store right now. Basin Media Active, local, community, engaged.
Klamath Falls Falcons lead the North Medford Mavericks 2-0 as we get set for the bottom half of the first inning. Corbin Hamilton working on the bump today for Klamath Falls. He's making his 6th start of the season. He's got a 3-0 record in 19 innings pitched this year. He's allowed 5 hits, 3 runs, 1 earned. He's walked 6 and struck out 26. An ERA leading the team of .368. Anything sub 1 is impressive. Anything sub .5 is almost unheard of. .368 for Hamilton. That's impressive stuff. The right-hander looking to go to work against a Mavericks order. Braden Poff, Gavin Bull, Ethan Lang, the top 3 guys in the order.
If you had one game to win the whole season, who would you pitch on our team?
Oh, man. You know, I've got to go for Corbin because he's been in these big games before. I look at what he's done in the prep season, pitched in big games for Henley. I look at what he did last year for the Falcons, pitched in big games. The one that comes to mind, the quote-unquote big game that he pitched last year that just jumps out to memory, was the Alaska 529 midseason classic in Anchorage, where the Falcons made the championship game against a team from Madisonville, Kentucky, and Hamilton pitched either 6 or 7 innings, gave up 1 unearned run in the game, and the final score was 1-0. The Falcons lost, but he absolutely pitched his heart out in a mid-season tournament championship game, and it's not like they lost it because of him. So a good effort, and I like Hamilton in those big games for sure. First pitch to Braden Poff is got to be called a strike. Good look at what Hamilton did in his last start for the Falcons as well. It came back against South Medford at home, as that pitch is going to miss wide. Count is even. Hamilton pitched 5 innings in a complete game, allowing just 2 hits and striking out 6 batters. He also pitched on June 30th against North Jackson, a complete game there as well. 5 innings, 3 hits and a run, striking out 7. He racks up those Ks. Here's a chopper to third. Takini is up with it. Throw to first is in time, and they get the leadoff man in the bottom of the first inning. Defense for the Falcons goes like this. Jacoby Takini is the catcher. Colin Takini's at third base. Carson Sims is at short. Ty Teeters at second, and Ian Meyer at first. In the outfield from left to right, it's Hunter Glidden, Harley Hoblet, and Trustin Thomas. Gavin Bull getting ready to step in now for the Mavericks. First pitch from Hamilton, slider away. Count is 1-0 to Bull. Starting in right field today, Bull is batting .111 this season for North Medford. Hits one in the air to left field, but it's right at Hunter Glidden. Came in a couple of steps to put that one away, and there's 2 outs in the first. So in steps Ethan Lang for Medford. Nobody on, 2 outs in the first. Lang was hitless across 2 games of a doubleheader on June 16th against the Falcons. Looking to change the tide today against Corbin Hamilton. Here's the pitch. A curveball checks his swing, but not in time, and Lang falls behind 0-1. Nico Colombo is on deck for the Mavericks if the inning continues. Here's the 0-1 home from Corbin. Another off-speed pitch that Lang chases away, and Corbin works ahead of the third baseman 0-2.
Corbin tied for first on the team for starts, and he has a 5-0 record, the best on the team.
And he gets a swing and a miss here against Ethan Lang. And 3 up, 3 down for the Mavericks here in the first inning. The Falcons carry a 2-run advantage to the second on 104.3, 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Rob, why do you think so many families choose Subaru here?
Because they're built for real life here in Southern Oregon.
All-wheel drive, safety, and room for everything from kids to camping gear.
And we've got Subarus in stock, ready to go when you are.
Plus, we're locally owned and deeply involved in the community.
When you buy from us, you buy from a dealership that supports Klamath Falls. Stop by and say hi.
Friendly, local, and easy to work with. That's us at Klamath Falls Subaru, right on Washburn Way.
Josh Eldridge and Walter Hartley back along with you today on 104.3, 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. Thanks for joining us for a Saturday afternoon edition of Falcons baseball here in the Rogue Valley. It is 85 degrees in Medford. Pardon me. It's going to be 85 degrees in Medford. It kind of feels like it's warming up to that point, but right now just 82 according to the trusty weather app. It's cloudy today. Kind of overcast, a little muggy, maybe a little smoke in the air, but I don't want to start any rumors of any fires that I don't know of for sure. But it does feel a little muggy out here.
We saw a little bit of smoke on the way over here.
A little bit. That was closer to the basin, though.
Yeah.
First pitch to Trustin Thomas, misses upstairs, 1-0. Thomas, Teeters, and Hoblet do up this half inning for Klamath Falls. Thomas, when these two teams last met, was still kind of trying to work his way into the starting lineup. He started in the first game of a doubleheader against North Bedford, was left out of the lineup in the nightcap. He went 0 for 2, struck out a couple of times, but since then, he's come a long way as a ball player for these Falcons. 254 hitter and a guy who seems to come up in the clutch when you need him to. Right now, he works ahead of Sage Wyant, 2 balls and a strike. And here's the pitch to Thomas, curveball upstairs, and the count's 3-1.
331 to right and left, or left field 331, right field 344, and center field is about 380. Is that deeper than Kiger?
So about 320 Kiger down either line and 385 to straightaway center. So a little bit shallower center field. But the interesting thing is if you look out there to center field, and I don't know if our camera picks it up very well, but there's a dirt patch in center field. That's because behind the center field fence, there's an old baseball diamond, and that's the infield of that baseball diamond. As the pitch to Thomas misses upstairs, he works a walk to lead off the inning. And so, yeah, there's like the top of an infield cutout in center field that it's a pretty big warning track, but
looks green.
The dirt?
Yeah, the dirt. Maybe it's sand.
Yeah, it is. It's probably like old sand broken down, not played on in a long time type dirt, you know, but it's certainly out there. You can tell when you look at it on a satellite image from Google Maps.
I can see the backstop out there.
Pitch on the way to Teeters. He shows bunt, lays one down in front of the mound. Wyant comes off the hill. The throw to first is not in time. Teeters beats out the infield single. Thomas advances into scoring position, and Hoblet a chance to drive in a couple of runs here for the Falcons with nobody out in the second.
That was a pretty high pitch to lay down, but he did it well.
Yeah, good bat control from Teeters. Bunting is something that the Falcons as a group have worked on a lot this year. They've been able to utilize that kind of small ball a lot more. First pitch on the way to Harley Hoblet as Wyant looks in, gets the sign from Colombo behind the dish. And the pitch in. Hoblet lays down a bunt. A diving attempt by the pitcher. He's not able to find it, and then no one's there to cover the bag at first as Lang picks up the ball. A great effort by Wyant, but it'll eventually go in as a single for Hoblet. Bases loaded for the top of the Falcons order in Carson Sims.
Man, that was risky, but it paid off, and bases are loaded now for the Falcons.
Yeah, I'd like to get that bunt down for Harley like Ty did, but well, you get away with one there a little bit. Can't take away from the effort of Sage Wyant as we've got some more meetings on the mound here for Medford. We got a little Jimmy Buffett here playing through the crowd. You know, they've got Margaritaville here in Medford now. Have you noticed that? You know about the Margaritaville?
No. The last Margaritaville that I've seen was in the Miami airport.
Oh, they have one in the airport?
Yeah, in the airport.
Man, that's the one I got to find. In Miami?
Yeah, right.
That's like classic Buffett moment.
Right out of the gates.
Oh, man. Yeah, I feel like that's a lot more in tune than Medford, Oregon having a Margaritaville, but I kind of want to go check it out. I've heard some good things about it.
I've heard the chicken parm is pretty good.
I just want a cheeseburger in paradise. That's all I want.
You call that paradise.
All right, we got the umpire going up to break up the party on the mound. And for Wyant, this half innings, he's gotten himself into trouble, but he hasn't really made a mistake out there. He did walk Trustin Thomas on 6 pitches, but Teeters and Hoblet both laid down bunts. So the Falcons going with some small ball to try to take advantage of the Mavericks here. And a chance for Sims to try to knock him down. Carson, last time these two teams played was 1 for 3, had an RBI and a couple of runs scored. Also had an RBI in the opener against North Medford when they played back on June 16th. Here's the pitch on the way to Sims. That one is lifted right side of the infield. If it stays fair, it's an infield fly, and there they make the call. Sims is out. Even though the ball is dropped, no one is going to advance, and so that will bring up Corbin Hamilton.
Yeah, I think Carson knew that was an out as soon as he hit it because he wasn't happy about that one.
Yep, just waiting for the umpire to make the call, and so infield fly rule still in effect here if Hamilton were to pop another one up. But so far today, Hamilton is 1 for 1 with an RBI single in the first inning. He would also come in to score later in that inning. Falcons lead by 2. They've got the bases loaded here in the second. First pitch to Corbin misses upstairs, 1-0. Great opportunity for Corbin to try to collect a base hit, help out himself a little bit, pitch with more confidence and a grander lead if he can find some green out there. A lot of real estate up the middle. Again, Pop shaded to the left. Here's the pitch. Hamilton hits a ground ball to shortstop. It's underneath the glove of Dalton and into center field. 1 run is going to score. They wave in Teeters. The throw never comes. And Hamilton, with a 2 RBI single, gives the Falcons a 4-run lead.
Yeah, that was a wise decision by the center fielder there. Hit the cutoff man. Don't try to go home. Ty Teeters already had that ball beat.
Going to have Rogers come in and run for Hamilton, by the way. Already 3 RBIs for Corbin today in only the first 2 innings. Score of 4-0. And it brings up Jacoby Tacchini and another RBI opportunity for the Falcons. Tacchini popped out in foul territory his first time up. Wyant looks in. Gets the signal here from Colombo, kicks and delivers, and that pitch just below the knees over the plate. Tacchini takes it for a strike. And so have to readjust here to an 0-1 count. Might have to protect that lower part of the zone a little bit more. And for Wyant, he's going to try to exploit that lower half of the zone, try to roll Tacchini into a double play. That one tried to go inside again, but this time hits Tacchini and reloads the bases for the cleanup hitter, Ian Meyer.
Still only 1 out. So the Falcons have a little bit of room to work with here if Ian Meyer can get a hit.
Chase Barrett, by the way, comes in and runs for Tacchini. So just to reset who's out there for you for the Falcons, Harley Hoblet aboard at third. Max Rogers aboard at second, and Chase Barrett aboard at first for Ian Meyer now at the plate. Meyer 1 for 1 in this ball game so far today. He had an RBI single in the first inning as well. Wyant going to still try to work for that ground ball. Here's the pitch. It misses low and probably a touch outside. The count is 1-0 to Meyer. On deck after Meyer is Colin Tacchini. Ian's the kind of guy you like to have up in these spots, though. We talked about it. Team leader in average, has 30 RBIs on the season. That one finds the inside part. Good curveball that time by Wyant. Didn't give Meyer a real chance to turn on that pitch, and the count's even. Meyer also has 7 extra base hits this season. Could try to punch one in the gap again. A lot of room up the middle. Meyer is going to watch that pitch miss in the dirt. Nice job by Colombo to knock that one down, disallow anyone from advancing. Everyone stays put. Bases remain loaded. Corners for Medford are in. Lang at third, Stowers at first. Middle infield ready to turn 2 should the ball be hit to either one of them. And Wyant comes set again with the 2-1. Meyer hits this one the opposite way, out to right field. It drops down in front of Bowl for a base hit. Hoblet scores. They wave in Rogers. He scores as well. And a 2 RBI single for Ian Meyer. And the Falcons' lead grows even further, now 6-0.
Yeah, that was a well-placed ball. Just poke it over the first baseman's head, second baseman's head over there. Not really much the field can do about that. Took the right fielder a little bit of time to get to it, and that allowed both runners to score.
I think that was a product of Meyer seeing the same pitch a couple of times, too. Wyant went to that curveball, I think, just one too many times. Meyer sat, waited on it. Good bat control, able to punch it the other way. And shows off his experience, too, right? I mean, he's a graduated senior, played 4 years of varsity baseball at Henley. He's able to do some of those small things right. And that time, knocking in 2 runs. Tacchini looking to add himself to the RBI conversation. He's 0 for 1 so far today, and he takes a strike on the outside for strike 1. Meyer swipes second without a throw in the meantime. So now 2 men in scoring position for Colin in a 6-0 ball game.
Yeah, Colin Tacchini 0 for 1, but not for lack of contact. He hit one deep into center field. They just had him played well.
Takes a pitch outside there, 1-1. Colin on the season, a .387 hitter, gets on base about 50% of the time. 11 extra base hits on the year, 9 doubles, 2 triples. As that pitch is in the dirt, Colombo, another fine job of not letting that one get by him. And the count is 2-1.
I love that scoreboard. I've been looking at that this whole game. Black and white.
They do have a nice one out there.
Yeah.
Got a little music playing in the middle of a pitch. Okay. That was a good song, too. I don't know why we stopped playing it.
There's no PA guy out here, is there? Just
no public address, but they do have a couple of ladies in the shack by the first base dugout keeping score and running the music.
Give them a microphone.
That's a good idea. 2-2 again to Tacchini is going to miss in. Wyant trying to get Tacchini to roll over that inside pitch that's low, but he's missed the last couple of tries. And now the count is full against Colin. Colombo looks to the first base dugout, gets his signal, relays it to Wyant, and now here's the pitch. Another off-speed pitch, this time misses away. Tacchini works a walk. Second walk issued this inning by Wyant. It reloads the bases for the 3rd time, and it brings up Hunter Glidden, still with 1 out, the 9th batter to hit this inning for the Falcons. Glidden grounded out to shortstop his last time up. He's 0 for 1. Pitch on the way from Wyant. First pitch swinging from Glidden over the top of the off-speed pitch. Glidden falls behind, 0-1.
Yeah, that's got a number of Falcons to go on that one.
It's a good curveball. It's got a lot of movement on it. If Wyant can continue to find that location outside to the righties, I think he'll be dangerous. But he's missed inside to a lot of the right-handers, too, and that's a lot easier of a curveball to lay off of. The 1-1. Here's the pitch from Wyant. Another curveball, another chopper to short off the bat of Glidden. Up with it is Dalton, on to second for one. They won't get them both, and a run scores on the fielder's choice. So Barrett comes in. Meyer to third. Tacchini was out at second on the fielder's choice. Glidden is safe. And he also gets an RBI for his trouble. The Falcons lead 7-0, and it brings up Trustin Thomas for the second time this half inning.
Yeah, Hunter, a guy with a really long stride. You could see him there on that play, beating the throw. He just kind of lunged for it and got there in time.
Move over to third. No throw to come to take a look at Meyer. Wyant has balked once, has to be careful about his movements out there, but I think that time was well within legality. Glidden not much of a lead off of first, although he takes an extra half step as the pitcher comes set. They move over to him. Glidden takes off for second. First baseman then throws to second. Far too late to get him, as they were worried about Meyer potentially scoring from third, and it gives Glidden second base without much trouble. Now two men in scoring position for Thomas, guy who's hit well with runners in scoring position this season.
Oh boy, I thought for sure that Hunter was out at second. If he had thrown that in time, maybe they would have gotten him.
Smart, aggressive base running by the Falcons. Kind of risky because there's an out there that ends the inning. But if you don't throw, Meyer maybe comes in and scores two. Hold that thought. Thomas hits one in the air, left field. Pickens, moving near the line, is not able to get there and make the catch, and it lands as a fair ball. Both runs come in and score, and Thomas in with a 2 RBI double. And that makes the score 9-0 Falcons.
What prompts you to score that as a double instead of an error?
Well, I don't think that Pickens ever actually got into position to make the catch. He was kind of trying to get there the whole time and never actually was in a position to make the catch. So that's kind of my thinking. I'll see exactly how it got scored, but if you camp under it and you can't make the catch, that's an error. But he was on the run, had to come a long way, and it still dropped in front of him. So we'll see exactly how that's scored officially, but let's see. Yep, they called that a double. So Thomas in with a 2 RBI double, and here's Ty Teeters.
All right.
Give a shout out to our official scorer today, Wendy Glidden. Here's the pitch. Ground ball, right side, kicks off the mound, but now playable for the second baseman. Scheid throw on to first is there, and the inning is over. But the Falcons add 7 in the second inning, and they lead 9-0 as we go to the bottom half next on mybasin.com.
When your care feels complicated, you need someone who won't back away. At Heartfelt, they are known for taking on the cases others won't. Complex, high-risk, and deeply personal situations that deserve real attention. They specialize in minimally invasive procedures, helping you heal faster and get back to your life, your family, your work. And they are here for the long term, not just one visit. No referrals needed, just care that truly shows up for you. Visit heartfeltobgyn.com or call 541-205-6890. Heartfelt OBGYN. Expert care when it matters most.
At Pacific Power, we can't predict the future, but we're preparing for every possibility. With more extreme weather year-round, we're investing in an energy system ready for what comes next. By strengthening the grid, using smart infrastructure, and drawing from our diverse energy resources, we're not just powering today. We're designing an energy system that's built to weather tomorrow. Energy that makes powering your greatness possible.
I want to welcome us back, but I do like this Paul Simon song a lot, Walter. It got played during the middle of an at-bat last inning, so.
Well, you said that your mom played it for you during your childhood?
Yeah. It's one of those, like, you hear it, and it's like, oh, my gosh, I feel like I'm 5 years old in the back seat again for a minute.
When was this song released?
A long time ago. Let's see. I don't know. Do they have that information on Shazam? 1980.
Oh, that is a long time ago.
Shout out to my mom for that one. We're back in the baseball game, though. 9-0 Falcons lead against the Medford Mavericks. Middle of the Medford order due up. Nico Colombo to lead things off. And that pitch is going to miss outside. Count is 1-0. Jackson Stowers and Kyson Scheid due up after Colombo in the Medford order. Here's the pitch. That one's fouled straight back. And the count is even at a ball and a strike. Falcons, with the help of Corbin Hamilton, scored 7 runs in the last half inning to build out this 9-0 advantage. Hamilton had a 2 RBI single in the last inning. As he misses inside there, counts 2-1 to Colombo. All right, Hamilton with the pitch. Works out of the windup. Here it comes. Takini trying to steal that outside fastball for his pitcher, but the home plate umpire not biting. 3 balls and a strike, the count to Colombo. Last time these two teams played, Colombo came in as a pitcher and was 1 for 1 in his offensive outing. Hamilton just misses outside on the 3-1 pitch, and a leadoff walk issued to Colombo, and it brings up Jackson Stowers. Let's see, we're going to get a courtesy in. It looks like we will. And so for Medford, that is going to be Morris in running at first. So Morris running at first, Stowers at the plate. Hamilton working out of the stretch now for the first time today to start the second inning. Here's the pitch. That one misses outside. Count is 1-0. Stowers, last time these two teams met, was held hitless. Only 2 hits in the 15-1 loss on the 16th for Medford. Move over to first. Back safely is Morris.
I've always wondered how much team merch these guys get. My cousin played for OIT. That's all he has, basically. It's just a bunch of old OIT baseball shirts.
You know, that's actually interesting because I see like a lot of folks around here with Klamath Falls Falcons shirts. I think this is the first year that we've actually sold T-shirts at home games, at least in a long time since I've been back involved with the program. So I think that's pretty cool. I hope some of the boys get some of those T-shirts.
Dude.
Pitch misses outside, by the way. 2-1, the count to Jackson Stowers.
If you get 5 or 6 T-shirts a year, you play Falcons all 4 years.
It's a whole wardrobe.
That's a whole wardrobe.
I wouldn't wear anything else.
Yeah, me either. That's pretty cool. I'd say that's pretty cool.
2 balls and a strike, the count to Stowers. Hamilton set. And the pitch. Runner takes off. Morris on the move. The pitch called a strike. Takini with a dart down to second. Tag applied, and they extinguish Morris trying to steal second.
Jeez. I don't think that Sims even had to move his glove. He just held it right where he caught it. Got him out.
That was a perfect throw down from the catcher position. Good job there by Jacoby. And I'm sure Hamilton loves that after giving up a walk. Now nobody's on base. Counts 2-2. And a swing and a miss. Down goes Stowers on strikes. 2 gone in the second.
It excites me every time I see someone trying to steal on Jacoby because I know I'm going to see a play.
And it's usually going to be close, and it's usually going to involve a good throw. Takini was not stolen on very much in the prep season. We got a little bit more speed coming out in the American Legion season, so he's had guys run on him a little bit more, but he's always going to make a good throw, and it's always going to be close. You know that for sure. So I think one of the reasons, by the way, the count 0-1 to Kyson Scheid, it's one of the reasons why I think you don't see the Falcons pitchers throw over to first or second or third or wherever that much, because they trust Takini to be able to get an out if a guy goes on him. And that it's just a thing of something at ease for a pitcher where it's just one less thing you have to worry about with a guy on.
Yeah, absolutely. And on top of that, also Takini has been known to back pick a couple of runners as well, so you don't really have to move over to them as a pitcher because you know, like you said, Jacoby's going to get him.
The 1-1's grounded towards second. Teeter's throw on to first is there. And again, the Mavericks down in order in the second. They trail the Falcons 9-0 as we head to the third next on mybasin.com.
What are your goals? To get stronger, move better, feel healthier? Whatever you are aiming for, Harbor Isles is here to help you. They have brand new cardio and strength equipment. Harbor Isles offers indoor tennis courts, 4 indoor pickleball courts, energizing group classes, expert personal trainers, and a friendly, knowledgeable staff ready to guide you every step of the way. No matter what your goals are, Harbor Isles has everything you need to reach those goals. Stop by and see the difference for yourself. Harbor Isles, lose those reins and get your gains.
Are you an enthusiastic sports fan? Want to have fun and get in on the action?
Heck, yes. That'd be awesome.
Have great attention to detail? Want to stay active?
Definitely.
Want to give back to the student athletes in your community?
Obviously, yes.
Then you'd make an excellent high school sports official. We need more officials in Oregon, because with no high school officials, there are no high school sports. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
Getting set now for the top half of inning number 3 in a 9-0 ball game. The Klamath Falls Falcons lead the Medford Mavericks. And we got a new pitcher out there? No, we still got Sage Wine out there. I saw a guy come out of the dugout a little bit late, but we still got Wine working out there for the Mavericks against the Klamath Falls Falcons. It'll be 9-1-2 in the Falcons order due up this half inning. Harley Hoblet, Carson Sims, and Corbin Hamilton. Hoblet today, 1 for 1. Scored a run in the second inning. Pitch from Sage Wyant to lead off the third. It's hit the opposite way, right field. Going to be tough for Bull to get to, but he does, and he makes the catch on the run. 1 pitch and 1 gone in the third.
Yeah, yesterday, we talk about him as a dual athlete. Yesterday, he entered into a 3v3 tournament that I was reffing, and they made it to the championship.
Harley's team?
Got second place, yeah.
That's pretty sweet. We were talking about that. He's a pretty good little dual athlete, and only a freshman.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it is pretty wild. Carson Sims fits the same mold. First pitch to him, same result. Fly ball right side. First baseman, though, making it playable. 2 pitches and 2 outs in the third.
That's what you need if you're the Mavericks.
Yeah, precisely. Now you got to try to get through Hamilton. He's had a good day today. 2 for 2, couple of singles, 2 runs scored, 3 RBIs for Corbin Hamilton. RBIs up to 17 total on the season. Here's the pitch. Misses upstairs to him, 1-0. It's been nice to see Hamilton swing the bat well the last couple of games for the Falcons. Here's the 1-0 pitch. It misses upstairs.
For Corbin, I think it's about staying loose. You know, that's what his whole batting stance is built around. And if he can stay loose, he can, like you say all the time, he's about as dangerous as anyone else.
That one flies over to the right side, 2-1. If there's anything that kind of plagues Hamilton up there, it's the strikeout totals. He's got 21 strikeouts on the season, but he's typically a guy who's going to get you a base knock, maybe 1, maybe 2 per game. He's got 30 hits on the season for the Falcons, and this is only game number 28. So, he's able to smack it around a little bit there. Just want to see him put it in play a little bit more. He's got 2 strikes on him here. The curveball is a line drive to the left side. That's a great piece of 2-strike hitting for Corb. Recognized the curveball, sat on it, and drove it. And a 2-out single for Hamilton makes him 3 for 3 on the day, and it brings up Jacoby Tacchini. Those are the kind of at-bats I like to see from Corb. Work a count and still take advantage of a pitch he can hit. And Max Rogers in to run for him at first. Tacchini settling in now. He's 0 for 1 today. He flew out in the first, and he was hit by a pitch in the second. And when Barrett came in to run for him, he scored in the second inning. Move over to first. Checking on Rogers over there. And Max is a guy who's certainly liable to try to steal on you. Although he's only got 2 stolen bases on the season, he's got some decent speed. Tacchini hits one shallow right center field. The second baseman, Scheid, is the only one in position to make a catch, and he does so successfully to retire the side. The Falcons get a base hit, but they leave him stranded. They do carry a 9-run lead to the bottom of the third inning on 104.3, 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
There's something special about this place. It's more than the quiet mornings and the open skies. It's more than the scenery. It's the people. Around here, people still wave when you pass by. They check in when something's wrong. They show up when it matters. At Sage Credit Union, we're proud to live and work in a region that believes in each other. A place where neighbors lend a hand, small businesses thrive, and generosity runs deep. We believe that being part of a community means giving back to it, not just with dollars, but with time, effort, and heart. That's why our employees earn paid volunteer time. That's why you'll see us at food drives, fundraisers, and the local fair. We show up for our community. This isn't just where we work. This is where we live, where we give, and where we grow. Right here, in the coffee shop, at the fundraiser, and in our local branch. At Sage Credit Union, we've found our people. We'll see you around town.
Welcome you back to the bottom half of inning number 3 on 104.3 and 960 Sports. Alongside you on mybasin.com as well. The Klamath Falls Falcons in a 9-0 ball game here in the third. Corbin Hamilton still out there working for the Falcons, but a new catcher in for Klamath Falls is P.J. Safford. I'm imagining he's going to just be taking over for Takini in that 3 spot in the order as well. So chance for P.J. to get some work in behind the dish. Not something he's able to do a ton, but like to see him work back there. I believe this is his second appearance as a catcher this season.
And that's it, right? Just PJ and Takini, or Jacoby, I guess, behind the plate this season.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple other guys on this team that can catch, but only these are the only 2 guys who've actually done it this season. So Safford in at the catcher spot.
I love the look that PJ is sporting right now.
It's the old helmet and face mask that does it for me. That's what I like.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. He's also got some shades on.
Pitch is called a strike. No, misses inside to Wyant. Count is 1-0. Hamilton tried to go inside to the lefty with the curveball, but falls behind. Here is the 1-0 pitch. That one right down the middle. Count is even. The ball and a strike to Sage Wyant. Trying to get something started for the Mavericks after having been hit around a little bit on the hill. Falcons have etched 9 against him, but a chance to lead off a rally here for Medford in the third. That pitch misses low, 2-1. He is the team's second leading hitter entering play today. Bats .400 on the season. Here's the pitch from Hamilton. Nice curveball broken off against the lefty. Gets it ahead for strike 2. Count is even now to Sage Wyant with Tucker Pickens, then Jackson Dalton due up.
Do you think the Falcons plan this, or do you think that PJ just lugs his catcher's gear around everywhere that he goes?
Ground ball right side, through by Teeters and into right field. And a single there. I mean, got to bring your gear to the ballpark.
Yeah, but I mean, that's like a whole suitcase. That's a whole.
He does. He lugs in a whole suitcase. He's got one of the biggest bags on the team.
Every single game?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
Well, got to be prepared to be ready to catch. I mean, God forbid something happened to Takini where he went down and couldn't come back out to catch. Someone's got to be next up. Count is fresh to Tucker Pickens. First pitch called a strike. Count is 0-1. Pickens on the season for Medford, batting .250 on the year. He's 8 for his first 32 on the season. Hamilton checks over at first before coming set. And the pitch home. Slider misses away. Count is 1-1. By the way, they keep Wyant in to run for himself over there at first. Looks to be getting a pretty good lead off the first base bag, too. About 2.5 steps. And a decent secondary. Here's the 1-1. Curveball misses up. Might have been the slider. I don't think there was enough north and south movement on that one for Hamilton, so he falls behind here. 2 balls and a strike to the left fielder for Medford. Due up next again is Jackson Dalton. Middle infield ready to turn 2 for the Falcons. Sims and Teeters cheating a bit towards that second base bag as the pitch from Hamilton misses up and away. 3-1.
A little bit of a gap to far left field. Hunter Glidden shifted a little bit right. If you could hit one almost near the foul line, you could probably get an extra base there.
3-1 fouled back off the bat at Pickens. 3-2 the count. Wind blowing a little bit slightly out towards left field, although I don't think enough to impact a fly ball too much, but a nice little breeze to say the least. Here's the full count offering to Tucker Pickens. On the move is Wyant. The pitch is going to miss low anyway. Wyant will take second for free instead of a stolen base. Pickens is aboard with the walk, and 2 base runners for the Mavericks to lead off the third. Brings up Jackson Dalton. Want to give some respect to the Medford bat boy, too. I just saw him hustling out there. It's a vital position in the clubhouse.
Would you be a Falcons bat boy?
I don't know.
Were like 20
maybe,
years younger.
I was going to say, ask me 20 years ago, and the answer is yes. I think I'd be pretty odd as a bat boy now. They might look at me kind of funny.
Well, sure.
But maybe you could do it.
I'm older than all of the players.
Yeah. I don't know. I think you could do it.
I probably could. I'd be like the hype man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Jackson Dalton stepping in now for the Mavericks. 2 men on, nobody out. First pitch is a ground ball up the middle. Teeters takes it to the second base bag himself for one. The throw on to Meyer is in time in a 4-3 double play. A runner does advance to third. That's Wyant, but there's 2 gone in the inning. And a big double play turned there for the Falcons as Braden Poff now bats with the runner at third and 2 gone.
If you give me a jersey, I'll average like 15 high fives a game.
Yeah. All right. 15 high fives, 20 attaboys.
Probably like 3 chants.
There we go. You're going to start softball chants?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
You did spend the season with the Henley softball team, so I think you picked up on a thing or two.
I don't care what you say. Softball chants are the coolest.
You know what? I do agree with you.
Baseball boys are too nonchalant for it, but I'm chalant. I'll just say that right now. I love softball chants.
I mean, it's got to be it's such a mind game, right? I mean, you hear the team start chanting, it's like striking fear. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Braden Poff. Hamilton misses away. Count is 1-2 to Poff. Gavin Bowl is on deck. If this inning continues for the Mavericks, they're trying to push across their first run of the ball game, and he stands 90 feet away.
I don't think softball chants are just fear. I think they're also getting inside of your head, kind of like making you angry.
1-2 pitch rolled to first. Meyer takes it himself to the bag, and that'll do it in the third. Hamilton gets himself into some trouble, but the defense helps him out in the third, and the Falcons carry a 9-run advantage to the fourth on mybasin.com.
At Geno's on East Main Street, we're always ready for sports season.
And now is a perfect time to connect with us.
We're open every morning at 6:30, serving simply good food
for your breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
We offer breakfast burritos and burgers all day, Italian family recipes,
monthly specials, amazing desserts, and of course, your choice of cold or hot beverages.
Call 884-6474 right now to place a food order for pickup or use DoorDash delivery.
Or best of all, come dine in with us.
Geno's on East Main, simply good food.
Check out our full menu and all our activities at ilovegenos.com. Geno's on East Main, simply good food.
Middle of the Falcons order due up in the fourth inning as Klamath Falls leads 9-0. So far for the Falcons, 9 runs on 9 hits, no errors. For Medford, no runs, 1 hit, no errors. Sage Wyant still out there working for Medford, and 9 runs allowed against him, but the Falcons haven't squared up on too much. They've just been able to kind of punch it out there where the defenders aren't. A couple of singles that drop down in front of the outfielders. There's been 1 extra base hit for the Falcons today, and it was back in the second inning. First pitch from Meyer, grounded out to short, and the throw is made. First out in the fourth inning.
Do you think a lot of baseball is luck?
Is it luck? I don't know. I mean, it's got to be a little bit. It's Jacoby Nickerson going to be batting here in the spot of Colin Takini. Might take over defensively at third base, too. We'll check on that the next half inning. But batting here in the spot of Colin, who exits the game 0 for 1. Nickerson waits the first pitch. It's a curveball, maybe a slider that misses up. Nickerson on the season batting .343. 1 extra base hit, 11 RBIs, 15 runs scored for Nickerson, the Mazama product on the season. Here he lifts one into the air, center field, looks playable for Poff, and he makes the catch. There's 2 gone in the fourth.
Do you think teams have baseball figured out? Or do you think like basketball, just recently they went through kind of a revolution with shooting as many three-pointers as you can because threes are worth more than 2?
You know, it's an interesting thing about baseball because it's one of the oldest sports, and it hasn't really changed a lot in the last 100-plus years. Like, when you talk to baseball historians, they consider the quote-unquote modern era of baseball to be like from 1901 on, the last 120 years. Here's Glidden, chops one into fair territory. They throw to first, and a late foul call by the home plate umpire. And so Glidden will stick around for another at-bat. Like, we've talked about this before, aside from some of the things that they've done the last couple of years, like the pitch clock and the ABS rule and the widening of first base, which, I don't know, I mean, the pitch clock changes the rules of the game, sure, but it doesn't really change how the game is played, just the pace at which it's played. The last time a real big change to the game was made was like in the mid-'60s when they changed the height of the mound. So I think that baseball has pretty well been figured out. Here's the pitch to Glidden, misses upstairs.
I'm not talking about rules. I'm talking about strategy.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Nothing has changed in the game really for the last almost 100-plus years. I think teams have figured it out. Glidden hits a good shot to left field. Going back is Pickens, and he makes the catch, backpedaling near the wall. And the Falcons go down in order in the fourth. They carry a 9-run lead to the bottom half next on MyBasin.com.
Come on in. Hey, I'm Jason with Elevate Physical Therapy, Fitness, and Performance, and just a little bit about us. So we started in March of 2020, opened right before COVID hit. It's been a wild ride. So one of the things I'm super passionate about is this idea of being guides or think about like a map and compass. If you think about our job as physical therapists is to take a person who's had an injury and help them kind of go from point A to point B. And everybody's journey is different. It's never a straight line. It's nice to have someone that's been there, that's walked that path before many times. And so we see it as our honor and privilege to be able to walk with patients through those little steps along the way of getting back to doing the things they love. So to get a hold of us at Elevate, you can call our number at 541-887-2030. Check out our website, elevateptfp.com. Or check us out on Instagram, shoot us a message.
Looks like it's going to be Braden Poff, Gavin Bowl, and Ethan Lang due up for the Medford Mavericks in the fourth inning. They trail the Klamath Falls Falcons a score of 9-0. Mavericks got their first hit up in the third, otherwise hitless today. Top of the order went down in order in the first inning. Hamilton continuing to deal out there for the Falcons. Let's check on the line score here for Corbin through his first 3 innings of his 6th start of the season. Hamilton has allowed 1 hit. He's walked 2 and struck out 2. And again, a highly efficient first 3 innings for Hamilton. He's thrown 37 pitches so far. And 20 of those 37 pitches have been strikes, now 21 of 38. Here's the 0-1 from Hamilton to Braden Poff. That one misses low, count 1-1. And even though those ball and strike pitches are pretty even for Hamilton, for the most part today, he's been able to start at-bats with strike 1. And even if you come even with 1-1, that's okay. Pitcher still feels in control. Here's the offering from Hamilton. Misses upstairs with a fastball, 2-1. Poff grounded out to third base in the first inning. Hamilton from the windup, ready to deliver. The pitch is lined back up the middle and through into center field. And a leadoff base hit for the Mavericks to start the fourth inning. Brings up Gavin Bowl.
You know, the other day I watched a breakdown on what you should do if you're a catcher. I don't know why I watched it, because I'm not a catcher. But there was this big league catcher talking about what you should do if you are a catcher. And it seems to me that catchers are just really the most reliable friends, because they'll do anything with a starting pitcher to make them feel more comfortable, to help their performance.
They possess the power of friendship.
Pretty much.
Swung over the top, Gavin Bowl down 0-1. I think you have to have a good relationship with your pitchers for one, but in another sense, and maybe they talked about this in the breakdown you were talking about, but the catchers are really the captains of the infield. A lot of people think it's the shortstop. As that pitch is swung on and missed, it kicks off the glove as Safford rolls to the backstop. Poff now into scoring position after the pass ball, and got a runner in scoring position here to lead off the fourth inning. But really, I mean, you see Takini do it a lot. the Falcons' main starting catcher, get out, give signs to the infield, talk about what to do with runners at first and third, talk about, where the play is on any given situation with how many outs, etc. Swing and a miss, and that is strike 3 to Gavin Bull. Dropped third strike. The throw down to first is in plenty of time. One gone in the 4th inning.
I guess my point is that if you're the catcher, you're doing everything to facilitate the pitcher. You're the wingman in terms of the ball game.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Runner at second is Braden Poff. Lang trying to drive in the first run of the ball game for the Mavericks. They trail by 9 in the bottom of the 4th inning. Hamilton agreeable with the pitch from Safford. Sims trying to keep the runner close. Now the offering in is going to be an off-speed pitch called a strike, let her high to Ethan Lang. Count is 0-1. Lang is 0 for 1 in the ball game. He struck out in the 1st inning. Poff leads off. Not much of a lead over there at second. Sims trying to keep him a little bit close. Hamilton clocks it. Now motions home. Goes with a slider, misses away. Counts even at a ball and a strike. Poff led off this inning with a single, advanced on the pass ball. But after Bowl struck out, Lang bats here with 1 on and 1 out. Hamilton again takes a look at the man in scoring position before motioning home. Goes with the slider again. This time gets it a strike over the heart of the plate. And the count is 1-2. Hamilton has such a tight spin rate on that slider. It doesn't really start to move until the very end. And tough, especially for right-handed hitters, to pick up on that pitch. We'll see where Hamilton goes ahead. 1-2 against Ethan Lang. There it is. Swung on and missed. And back-to-back Ks here in the 4th inning. Brings up Nico Colombo. Colombo walked his first time up. And he was picked off, I believe. No, the runner who came in for him was caught stealing. That's what the note is. So didn't get a chance to run for himself after leading off the 2nd inning with a walk, but an RBI opportunity here for Colombo. First pitch swinging, poked over the head of the shortstop and down into center field. Rounding third and headed home is Braden Poff. He will score, and Colombo with an RBI single has the Mavericks on the board. The score is 9-1. Colombo knocking in his 12th run of the season. And that will bring up Jackson Stowers. Oh, we got a pinch hitter, actually. Let's see. Got Kyson Scheid. No, did I miss a batter? I must have. Oh, 2 number 2s is where I got tripped up on. I had the wrong number 2 leading off the inning. So we'll change how we do that. That's why typically teams will have 1 number 2 on their roster. But let's make this number here as well. Let's see. So Scheid in a 1-0 count. Line drive back up the middle, through and into center field. Stowers advances to second. It's actually Stowers' RBI hit on that previous one, so we'll update the statistics for him here in just a moment. And 2 outs, 2 on, and here's Sage Wyant.
Speaking of catchers, if you're a catcher, you're calling the pitches, right?
Typically, I mean, you're relaying it to the pitcher. Some teams will have the pitching coach give the pitches to the catcher. He'll relay it to the pitcher. Some cases, catcher will call a game. But typically, yeah, the catcher is the one choosing the pitches.
So is there a science behind that, or are you just, like, intuitively thinking, oh, this is really going to get him. This one's a swing and a miss pitch?
You know, I mean, there is something to it. You're still trying to have that reaction that this is the one that'll get him. This is the swing and the miss pitch. It's just a matter of building up to that pitch. Set a guy up for, an inside pitch after going away,
it's
or
like
vice
boxing.
versa, or down low. Exactly.
It's like a 1-2 punch.
It's all the game within the game for sure. Wyant ahead 2-1, 2 men on in a 9-1 ball game. Here's the pitch. Called a strike. 2 strikes here on the hitter, Wyant. On deck is Tucker Pickens, hoping for a chance this half inning against Hamilton. Wyant 1 for 1 today. Here's the pitch. That one is going to miss low. Hamilton, a fine job of knocking that one down, keeping it in front of him.
PJ Safford behind the plate.
Count is full here to Wyant. A walk here would load the bases. Runners on the move. The pitch swung on and missed, and Hamilton gets the needed strikeout, but Medford does add a run here in the fourth. They trail the Falcons 9-1 as we go to the fifth next on mybasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place that feels as good as home. And then I heard your voice. I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Welcome back to Falcons Baseball. Got it on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. The Klamath Falls Falcons lead the Medford Mavericks 9-1 to lead off the fifth inning. Due up this half inning for the Falcons, it's going to be Trustin Thomas, Ty Teeters, and Harley Hoblet. Scratch that. Good catch there, Walter. Looks like Chase Barrett.
And then on deck is Max Rogers as well.
All right. So, in steps Chase Barrett for the first time today. He does have a run scored today, by the way, when he previously came into the ball game as a courtesy runner for Jacoby Tacchini. First at bat for Barrett. First pitch swinging, pops it foul out of play. Heads up. Count is 0-1.
I love the netting back here. I prefer it to a chain link fence, I have to say.
It's a nice view when you're back up here for sure, and especially with there's no posts in the way.
Yeah.
They've got it figured out. Also, the 0-1 pitch to Barrett, lined into right field, and a leadoff single for the Falcons and Chase Barrett. Runner on to start the fifth inning. The other thing that's kind of unique about Jim McAbee Field is we're elevated off of field level too. It's kind of like how it is at Eagle Point, where we're not field level. We're about 4 feet elevated. So I don't know. It doesn't change that much, but it gives you that feeling of walking into a stadium a little bit. I don't know how much you've experienced that, but you go to a big league ball game or even a football game, and the parking lot is field level, and then the actual stadium is dug in a little bit. I don't know. There's something about walking out to the stadium and seeing the grass that I just love like that when you're elevated up.
Eagle Point, Sunwest Generals.
Yeah.
Grants Pass.
Yeah, Grants Pass was a little elevated, huh?
Kiger.
Yeah. Yep. All that's good stuff. Pitch to Rogers. Misses low, 1-0. Rogers hitting in the spot of Ty Teeters today, who finished the game 1 for 2. Wyant still out there working for Medford. The 1-0 pitch to Rogers misses low, 2-0. Again, Colombo working hard out there, the catcher for the Mavericks. Taking a look at the statistical season for Max Rogers this season, a .345 hitter. 11 RBIs, 21 runs scored this season. Here's the 2-0 to Max. That one misses up and in near the hands. Count is 3-0 to Max Rogers. And it looks like Mason Snell is the on-deck hitter for Klamath Falls in the 9th spot. All right. Move over to first. Barrett's going to get back safely.
You know, there's a lot of baseballisms that I learned a lot as a kid, and I've never heard them said anywhere else. You know, I've been waiting this whole time for someone to say, "Hey, batter, 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 batter," or "We want a pitcher, not a belly itcher."
Oh, well, that one I think you get in trouble for if you're like older than 7 years old.
Oh.
Okay. I feel like we said that, not the Falcons specifically, as we got a mound meeting out there for Medford and Sage Wyant. I think if you start digging into the other team, calling them a belly itcher, That might not be a great look for your squad. But you're right. On the hey, batter, batter, swing, I feel like I only hear that in, like, pop songs now, you know?
Yeah, I agree.
So, yeah, I don't know what that's about.
There's others. I just can't think of them.
Well, because they go away.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I want to hear a bada swing.
Well, you can start it. Well, we talked about it. This is what your job is going to be when you're leading the chants for the Falcons.
Right, yes,
yeah,
yes.
You can be in the dugout, start your hey, batter, swing, and hopefully they join in with you. Because if they don't, it's going to be real awkward.
Give a bunch of high fives.
I think we're getting the new pitcher in for Medford here in the 5th inning. Perhaps, maybe just a defensive swap.
I'll be like that last pitcher on the roster in the bullpen.
Let's see. So Sanderson has come into first, and Jackson Stowers warming up in the bullpen. Okay, so there's your changes for Medford. Looks like they're trying to get Stowers ready to throw. And again, now in at first for Medford is Sanderson. Mason Snell at the plate. 2 men on, nobody out. Here's the pitch. Called a strike on the off-speed pitch. Count is 0-1.
This is like
on deck is Carson Sims.
Sorry, I was going to say this is like a third of the Mazama lineup right here.
Snell.
Yeah.
Waits the pitch. Here's the offering. Misses up. 1-1.
Right? Aren't all these 3 guys Mazama guys?
Barrett from Henley, then you got Rogers and Snell.
No. Oh, okay. Yeah. You're right.
Yeah, Nickerson is in the game, though. He just haven't been able to see him this half inning be able to swing the bat just yet. The other Mazama guy. Good to see Mazama guys. We've talked about it at length this season. You know, now nearly 30 games into the year, the Mazama guys have called this Falcons team home for the better part of a month and a half. But it's been great to see them not only make the team, not only try to come out, but also flourish on the squad as well. Snell and Rogers and Nickerson have added so much to the team this year. Right now, Snell ahead 3-1. And a walk would load the bases. Wyant trying to avoid it. He's also taking his time out there, trying to allow Stowers to finish warming up in the pin. The pitch is going to miss wide, and that's exactly what happens. A walk will load the bases for Carson Sims. Sims today is 1 for 3. Singleton scored in the first, had an infield fly in the second, and popped out in the third. Pardon me, the infield fly was in the second inning.
Yeah, he's had a couple pop-outs to the right side of the infield. I believe the last one was caught in foul territory.
It was. First pitch, curveball taken for a strike, 0-1.
So he's not had a problem seeing the ball. It's just about where the ball goes after he makes contact.
The bases loaded in less than 2 outs, though. Anything in the outfield should at least score a run. That's what Sims is trying to do here, and he does just that. Sends a deep fly ball to left field. That one is well over the head of Pickens. 1 hop off the scoreboard. And a ground rule double is going to score 2. Mason Snell to third. And that allows Rogers and Barrett to score 2 RBI ground rule double. Sims absolutely blasted that one to left field. And the score is now 11-1 Falcons. Got that coveted 10th run they're looking for here in the 5th. Can try to add to it, maybe secure a mercy rule win in the opener here in Medford. It's Corbin Hamilton, who's 3 for 3 today, gets ready to step in. But at this point, it looks like Medford's ready to make a pitching change. So we'll step aside for 60 seconds in an 11-1 ball game. Back after this on 104.3, 960 Sports, and mybasin.com.
The Klamath Basin is beautiful, from shimmering Klamath Lake to rich farmlands to the historic downtown. And with an average of over 300 days of sunshine every year, the Klamath Basin is a great place to be. We here at Basin Media Active have been supporting this community for many years, keeping it entertained and informed with friendly faces and familiar voices. You can stay up to date with the latest news, weather, stream live local sports, and check out our community calendar, all on our website, mybasin.com. And you can download our app for free in your app store right now. Basin Media Active, local, community, engaged.
Jackson Stowers into the game on the bump for Medford as we continue on in the fifth inning, an 11-1 ball game. The Falcons lead the Mavericks. Stowers on the hill this season, making his 7th overall appearance. It's his 6th in relief. He's pitched 12 1/3 innings. He's got a save this year, although this obviously not a save opportunity. 12 hits, 10 runs, 8 earned, 4 walks, 15 Ks in 12 1/3. An ERA of about 4.5 entering play today. He'll inherit a situation with 2 men in scoring position against Corbin Hamilton, who's had an exquisite ball game so far today. We'll talk about it as he gets a chance to hit against a right-hander in the person of Stowers. By the way, we've got some changes in for North Medford as well. I thought I saw Wyant out there at first, but they've got number 2 out there, and well, we've got 2 number 2s on the roster. So, and they're, let's see. I think, are you able to spot what number the right fielder is, Walter? Can you make that out?
It looks like a 2 from here.
All right. Well, that doesn't help.
What? Did they just intentionally walk him?
They did, because he's been swinging the bat well today. 3 for 3, 3 RBIs, couple of runs scored. They don't want to face him, so they'll take a crack at P.J. Safford, hitting in the spot of Jacoby Takini here, with the bases juiced and nobody out.
That has to be one of the best feelings in the world. With 2 runners on, getting intentionally walked.
But now you get a force at any base for Medford. So if you get a ground ball in the infield here, which I'm sure the pitcher will be working for, it works out in their favor.
Triple play?
Maybe, but at least a force at home on a weak ground ball or anything like that, or probably don't want to give up the run to turn 2, but it looks like Medford might be preparing to do that. Only the corners are in here with the bases loaded. First pitch to Safford was called a strike, by the way. Now the 0-1 home. It's going to miss low and away. Counts even to Safford. First at bat for PJ today. Last time these two teams played, Safford was left out of the order in the nightcap. In the opener was 0 for 2, but he did walk and score a run in that game. The 1-1 misses up, 2-1 to Safford. On the season, Saff hitting .350. All of his hits have been singles, 21 for 60 on the season. The 2-1 misses wide. Count is 3-1 to PJ, with Ian Meyer on deck for the Falcons. Again, at third is Mason Snell. At second is Carson Sims. At first is Colby Medeiros in running for Hamilton. Here's the pitch to Safford, the 3-1. Hit the opposite way. That one is going to get down in front of the right fielder, who sold out, and it wound up behind him. 1 run comes in to score. Sims is going to jog in as well. Medeiros will score standing, and a bases clearing triple for P.J. Safford.
Not too bad. Not too shabby.
Placed that one well. Bowl, the right fielder, dove for it, but then it got by him, and Safford just got on his horse, turned on the jets, got to third. And now he's only 90 feet away from scoring as the Falcons' lead grows to 14-1, and Ian Meyer steps in. First extra base hit of the season for P.J. Safford, goes for 3 bases.
You know, I mentioned this last game, but P.J. Safford is a quick guy. He can get around the bases if he wants to.
Yeah, and that time was given a good opportunity to get all the way into third, too. I like the aggression to stretch that double into a triple as well. First pitch to Ian Meyer, called a ball, 1-0. Meyer 2 for 3 today, and a couple of RBIs, 3 to be exact for Meyer on the day. Fouled straight back, count is even. A ball and a strike to Meyer. And on deck is Jacoby Nickerson. Set on the hill is Stowers. And the 1-1. Misses away, gets underneath the glove of Colombo and to the backstop. Safford breaks for the plate and scores on the pitch in the dirt. And it is now 15-1 Falcons. That was the margin that Klamath Falls won by the last time these two teams met at Kiger Stadium. Base is empty. Still nobody out in this inning, so if there's any silver lining for Medford, it's that. Now you don't have to worry about guys on the bases anymore. 2-1. So that pitch is called a strike. Counts 2-2.
That's some very thin silver lining.
That you don't have to deal with guys on base?
Yeah, I'd almost want to deal with guys on base.
Well, you kind of get to start this inning over in a sense. Chopper back to the pitcher, up with it is Stowers. Throw to first is in time. Now the base is empty with one out in the inning. Brings up Jacoby Nickerson, 0 for 1 today. Flew out to center field in the fourth inning. Bats from the left side for the Falcons. Against the right-hander Stowers. First chance against him today. As he came in relief of Sage Wyant. By the way, even though we're not out of this inning yet, you can close the book on Sage Wyant. We'll give you the final line score on him here in just a second as Nickerson chops one down the first base side. Foul. Count is 0-1. Sage Wyant pitched 4 innings today, allowed 11 hits, 13 runs. They were all earned. He walked 4 and did not strike out any batters today. They pulled him at 79 pitches, maybe trying to keep him eligible for the midweek series against South Medford they've got coming up. So that pitch finds the zone to Nickerson. Count is 0-2. After Nickerson in the order, it is Hunter Glidden. And the pitch is going to hit Nickerson, and he is aboard. So now Hunter Glidden a chance to step in now for the Falcons. 1 RBI today when he reached on a fielder's choice in the second inning. But he's 0 for 3 in the ball game, trying to find his first base hit of the contest today. First of 2 from Jim Maccabee Field at North Medford High School. Stowers set. Move over to first. They throw, and Nickerson is back safely. Score 15-1. The Falcons lead Medford here in the 5th. Stowers set again. The pitch home. A curveball is called a strike. That was a nice curveball from Stowers. Started inside against the righty Glidden and just crept back across the plate. Count to Hunter is 0-1 with Chase Barrett due up next. Pitch is going to miss low. Counts even.
A little bit of a tri-team series going on here with the people we just played, or the team we just played, I guess, and North Medford. That's South Medford. South and North are going to play each other after this.
Yeah, they wrap up the season series, or South's season wraps up against North, I suppose. North Medford still has a few more games left to go after their series with South concludes on the 15th of this month, but that 4-game season series starts on Monday. Glidden swings and misses at the 1-2 pitch, and strike 3 goes down there, and it brings up Chase Barrett for the second time this inning, who singled and scored earlier this half. Second time today, by the way, that the Falcons have batted around. They also did it in the second inning today. Here's the pitch, misses away, 1-0. This game kind of mirroring the first one that the nightcap rather that the Falcons played against North Medford back at Kiger Stadium. Today they've scored 2 runs in the first, 7 in the second, and 7 in the 5th. In the opener, they scored 1 run in the 7th. 1 run in the first, 2 in the second they scored 7, and then in the 4th they scored 7. So the scoring is split up evenly, where you got these 2 big innings to build out a 15-1 advantage, as that pitch is called a strike to Chase Barrett, 2-1. And we've talked about it a number of times this season. It's kind of been par for the course for the Falcons. A couple of big innings gets them there. This one, a chance for the third baseman. Took kind of a wicked hop on Lang, but he's able to play it cleanly. and gets Barrett racing down the line at first for the third out, finally putting an end to this big inning for the Falcons. They carry a 15-1 lead headed to the bottom half of the fifth on mybasin.com.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Rob, why do you think so many families choose Subaru here?
Because they're built for real life here in Southern Oregon.
All-wheel drive, safety, and room for everything from kids to camping gear.
And we've got Subarus in stock, ready to go when you are.
Plus, we're locally owned and deeply involved in the community.
When you buy from us, you buy from a dealership that supports Klamath Falls. Stop by and say hi.
Friendly, local, and easy to work with. That's us at Klamath Falls Subaru, right on Washburn Way.
Bottom half of the fifth inning, the Falcons trying to close out a mercy rule win against the Medford Mavericks in game one of a doubleheader today from North Medford High School. Corbin Hamilton still out there working for the Falcons, but there's been some other changes around the defense for Klamath Falls. Want to just reset the whole group out there for you. Catching Hamilton's pitches is P.J. Safford behind the dish. At third base, it's Jacoby Nickerson. Carson Sims still at short. Max Rogers is now playing second with Ian Meyer at first. In the outfield from left to right, it's Mason Snell, Hunter Glidden, and Chase Barrett. So Tucker Pickens in now for the Mavericks. Pickens walked his first time up. As Hamilton looks for another complete game this season. The pitch. This is low, 1-0. Like I said, Pickens walked earlier today. Mavericks were able to push a run across in the fourth inning. Here's a bouncer to short. Sims plays it on two hops, sets his feet, strong throw in time. Pickens is down to start the fifth inning. Jackson Dalton getting ready to step in now for Medford. He's 0 for 1 as well, grounded out in the third inning for the Mavericks. Taking a look at the season for Dalton, bats .273 for North Medford. 4 doubles on the year, 12 runs scored, 9 RBIs. Trying to get a rally started. Here's the pitch. It's called a strike, 0-1. The Mavericks would need 5 runs this half inning to extend the ball game. Here's the 0-1 from Hamilton. That one is going to miss low, 1-1. Mavericks, again, 500 team this season. They've played well in the area, but a team yet hasn't been able to figure out the Falcons. They're trying to protect an unbeaten league record and improve to 13-0 if they can find a win here in the opener. Counts 1-2 to Jackson Dalton, and the pitch is in the dirt, but swung on and missed. A dropped third strike. Good communication between Safford and Meyer. Play is made, and there's 2 gone in the fifth.
If a runner reaches first on a drop third strike, how do you score that? Is that a strikeout?
It is a strikeout, but I believe there's also an error charged, I believe.
So you reach on an error, but you struck out.
Right.
So does that count? So that counts for the pitcher as well.
First pitch called a strike. You still get the strikeout for the pitcher, I think. I mean, that'd be a question for our scorekeepers.
And then if that runner comes back around to score,
0-1 misses outside, 1-1.
Then it would not be earned.
Well, it depends on how they come in and score.
Oh, shoot. So just them being there isn't unearned?
1-1 misses in 2-1. After Poff, who is 0 for 2 today, brings up Gavin Bull if the game continues. Hamilton trying to set it down. Here's the 2-1. That one bounces, 3-1. Think we got some dust in the umpire's eyes there. Going to give him some time to recover. Want to remind you, today's broadcast on mybasin.com brought to you in part by Gino's on East Main Street. Open up every single morning at 6:30, serving up those famous breakfast burritos. Those are served all day long, along with other menu items like burgers, monthly specials, and Italian favorites. You can order online, go to ilovegenos.com, or you can have it brought right to you with DoorDash. 3-1 the count. Hamilton looking for the zone. He won't find it there, and a walk will allow a 2-out base runner here in the 5th. Brings up Gavin Bowl. 1 for 2 today. Flew out in the first, singled and scored what so far is Medford's only run of the ball game today. That was in the 4th inning. Seeing if he can't make something happen here. Help Medford try to claw back into this game improbably. Again, they need 5 runs to do it. But they do have a 2-out base runner. And Bull swings over the top, a strike 1. Hamilton set out of the stretch. Here's the pitch. Check swing, but a called strike against Bull, and the Mavericks down to their final strike of the ball game. Safford delivers the sign. Hamilton set. Here's the 2-strike pitch. Home. It is swung on and missed in the dirt, but first base is occupied. That is the ball game, and the Klamath Falls Falcons extend their winning streak, and they are now 13-0 in conference play. We're going to step aside here for 2 minutes, and when we come back, we'll break this one down for you, get you ready for the second of a doubleheader today from Jim Maccabee Field at North Medford High School. Again, the final score today, 15-1. Back after this on 104.3, 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
What are the best words you can hear tonight?
Order ready for Susan?
And if you hear those words at Abby's, you know it's going to be a legendary meal. Your pizza is loaded with toppings to the edge, premium ingredients, and real cheese. Yeah, baby. Gather with friends, play some video games, and watch the big game on TV. That's made Abby's a legendary pizza tradition for generations. And when you're ready to hear those magic words,
Tom, your order's ready.
You know where to go. You're always welcome at Abby's.
There's something special about this place. It's more than the quiet mornings and the open skies. It's more than the scenery. It's the people. Around here, people still wave when you pass by. They check in when something's wrong. They show up when it matters. At Sage Credit Union, we're proud to live and work in a region that believes in each other. A place where neighbors lend a hand, small businesses thrive, and generosity runs deep. We believe that being part of a community means giving back to it, not just with dollars, but with time, effort, and heart. That's why our employees earn paid volunteer time. That's why you'll see us at food drives, fundraisers, and the local fair. We show up for our community. This isn't just where we work. This is where we live, where we give, and where we grow. Right here, in the coffee shop, at the fundraiser, and in our local branch. At Sage Credit Union, we've found our people. We'll see you around town.
At Pacific Power, we can't predict the future, but we're preparing for every possibility. With more extreme weather year-round, we're investing in an energy system ready for what comes next. By strengthening the grid, using smart infrastructure, and drawing from our diverse energy resources, we're not just powering today. We're designing an energy system that's built to weather tomorrow. Energy that makes powering your greatness possible.
Josh Eldridge and Walter Hartley back with you today on 104.3, 960 Sports and mybasin.com. Final score in Game 1 of a doubleheader. The Falcons defeat the Medford Mavericks 15-1. 15 runs on 12 hits for the Falcons, no errors in the opener. 1 run on 4 hits for the Mavericks, no errors in their opener. Today's winning pitcher is Corbin Hamilton, pitched a complete game, allowing 4 hits and a run while striking out 7 batters. The losing pitcher today, Sage Wyant, worked 4 innings, allowing 11 hits, 13 runs. They were all earned. He walked 4 without recording a strikeout. Some notables today for the Falcons include Carson Sims, who went 2 for 4 today with a couple of RBIs and scored 2 runs. Corbin Hamilton 3 for 3 today, 3 RBIs and a run scored. Ian Meyer 2 for 4, 3 RBIs today. Trustin Thomas, Chase Barrett, Ty Teeters, and Harley Hoblet each had 1 hit today for the Falcons. This win pushes the winning streak to 7 games in a row for Klamath Falls as they improve on the season to 25-3 and 13-0 in league play. Still one more game yet to come from Jim Maccabee Field this afternoon at North Medford High School. So we're going to step aside for about 20 minutes. If you're watching on the live stream on mybasin.com, don't go anywhere. We'll be live on this very same link when the time is right. If you're listening on the radio on 104.3 and 960 Sports, we're going to turn you back over to Fox Sports Radio until we're ready here in the Rogue Valley to welcome you back for more Falcons baseball. From now until then, so long. My name is Josh Eldridge. We'll be back in just a bit. Welcome to or welcome back to Klamath Falls Falcons baseball today on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. Getting ready for Game 2 of a doubleheader today between the Falcons and the North Medford Mavericks. Glad to be along with you today from Jim McAbee Field on the campus of North Medford High School. The Falcons won our opener today, a score of 15-1. They're looking to stay unbeaten in league play and improve to 14-0 in the conference. We're going to step aside here for 2 minutes as they finish prepping the field and exchanging starting lineups. When we come back, we'll introduce you to today's starting lineups, as well as getting ready for first pitch. All that's coming up on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Are you an enthusiastic sports fan? Want to have fun and get in on the action?
Heck yes, that'd be awesome.
Have great attention to detail? Want to stay active?
Definitely.
Want to give back to the student athletes in your community?
Obviously, yes.
Then you'd make an excellent high school sports official. We need more officials in Oregon, because with no high school officials, there are no high school sports. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
Wait, all I do is wait. So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place that feels as good as home. And then I heard your voice, I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
What are your goals? To get stronger, move better, feel healthier? Whatever you are aiming for, Harbor Isles is here to help you. They have brand new cardio and strength equipment. Harbor Isles offers indoor tennis courts, 4 indoor pickleball courts, energizing group classes, expert personal trainers, and a friendly, knowledgeable staff ready to guide you every step of the way. No matter what your goals are, Harbor Isles has everything you need to reach those goals. Stop by and see the difference for yourself. Harbor Isles, lose those reins and get your gains.
Looks like we're nearly ready for first pitch today between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the North Medford Mavericks. Game 2 of a league doubleheader today and Game 4 of a season series, the final game of the season series between the Falcons and the Mavericks. Falcons looking to collect the season sweep and stay unbeaten. Right now they enter play 13-0 in conference play, Area 4 play, as we get closer and closer to the state tournament, which begins in 11 days, actually, at North Bend. And so got some time between now and then, but the Falcons certainly looking forward to a potential state tournament bid. A win here would go a long way. Let's go ahead and introduce you to today's starting lineups. First, for the Klamath Falls Falcons, Carson Sims is their leadoff hitter. He bats in the first spot, playing shortstop. Left fielder Corbin Hamilton bats second today. Jacoby Takini, the catcher, batting third. Ian Meyer hits cleanup today, the first baseman. Third baseman Colin Takini bats fifth, followed by P.J. Safford, the designated hitter, batting sixth today. Hitting seventh is Trustin Thomas in right field, followed by Ty Teeters, the second baseman, hitting eighth. And batting ninth is Harley Hoblett, the Falcons' center fielder. They'll be going up against Davis Sanderson on the bump for the Medford Mavericks. And we'll give you the lineup behind him, as leading off for the Mavs is Braden Poff in center field. Sage Wyant is in left field batting second. Hitting third is Jackson Stowers. The first baseman, Ethan Lang, is at third base hitting cleanup. The designated hitter, Gavin Bowl, is batting fifth. Hitting sixth is Kyson Scheid at second base. The catcher, Nico Colombo, bats seventh today, followed by Tucker Pickens, the right fielder, batting eighth. And hitting ninth for the Mavericks is Jackson Dalton, the game's starting shortstop. They'll be going up against Colby Medeiros, getting the start on the hill for the Klamath Falls Falcons. But before we talk about Colby in the next half inning, let's go ahead and take a look at the numbers on the starting pitcher for the Mavericks. That is Davis Sanderson. He is making his 9th appearance of the season today. It'll be his 7th start. He's got an 0-3 record through 28 innings pitched so far this season. He's allowed 44 hits, 40 runs, although only 20 of them earned. That's still an ERA of 5 entering play today. And again, 20 unearned runs have come across against him this year. In fact, the Medford Mavericks have allowed 70 unearned runs this season. And certainly a number they'd like to get down. They played fairly good defense in the opener today without committing an error, but just to compare for the Falcons, who've only allowed 14 unearned runs this season. So quite the disparity there on the defensive end for the Mavericks, but they played clean in the opener. Falcons just hit the ball really well in the opener, got 12 hits, took advantage of some walks, and were able to win with relative ease, and now looking to do the same here today as Carson Sims gets ready to lead off against Davis Sanderson, the right-hander for North Medford. First pitch on the way is going to miss upstairs. First pitch right on time today, 3 o'clock. That might be the first time in recorded history that we start a doubleheader right on time. The 1-0 pitch on the way to Carson Sims is taken outside for a strike. Counts even. We've started a couple of doubleheaders early today, or this season, and thought we might get this one started a little bit ahead of schedule, but right on time today on a warm afternoon in the Rogue Valley. The 1-1 pitch to Sims is bounced foul. Count is 1-2 here to Carson.
Did we just get a whole new crew of umpires?
I don't think so.
They were wearing dark green in the first one.
Well, they can change. They've got the, I know our home plate umpire has got the American flag. You see that peeking through near his arm? Sims looks at strike 3. The outside curveball got him looking for the first out in the first inning. Nico Colombo is the catcher for Medford today. Ethan Lang at third. Jackson Dalton at short. Kyson Scheid at second with Jackson Stowers at first. Sage Wyant in left. Braden Poff in center. And in right field is Tucker Pickens. Here's Corbin Hamilton. First pitch taken for a strike. The count is 0-1. Hamilton was the game's winning pitcher in the opener today. Hamilton worked a complete game, 5 innings, allowing just 4 hits and a run while striking out 7 batters. Here he takes ball 1 as it bounces to the plate. Count is even to Corbin. Also contributed at the plate pretty mightily, 3 for 3 on the day, 3 RBIs. He scored 2 runs as well, did Corbin. Trying to get something going for the Falcons here in the first inning. The 1-1. Swung on and missed, and that is strike 2. Hamilton behind in the count. That looked to be the changeup from Sanderson. Had Hamilton a little bit out in front, and now there's 2 strikes on the Falcons left fielder. Sanderson delivers, and that one dips low and away. Count is 2-2. Hamilton watched the curveball move out of the zone there. On deck after Hamilton is Jacoby Tacchini for the Falcons.
So what makes the umps decide to change?
Well, I think the blue feels probably better, a little bit more breathable, fights the heat a little bit. They were wearing dark green earlier, so as it starts to get warmer in the day, they might just feel that heat a little more, would be my guess.
Sure, but is there any logic behind it? You know, like if you're at home in baseball, you wear white. If you're on the road, you wear your colors.
3-2, poke to right field. Pickens coming in. That one drops down in front of him. And a 1-out single there for Hamilton. I think it's mostly up to preference. I mean, typically during the day, you'll see umpires wear blue or a lighter color. I've seen white. I've seen red. Although those are pretty rare. Yeah, those are pretty rare. Green is pretty rare, too, to be fair, which we saw the guys wearing earlier today. Typically, it's black or it's blue is like the standard kind of variation for umpires. Blue is typically during the day. Black is typically during the night. But, I mean, really, you could do anything you want to. I don't think there's anything binding these guys to wear any particular color as long as they're matching.
So they have like specific uniforms? Is that what it is, or is it just like some random polo from the like Walmart or something?
No, they got them. They're specially made and stuff like that. That pitch misses upstairs to Tacchini as Hamilton swipes second. The throw down from Colombo took the second baseman a little bit off the bag out there. So Hamilton in safely into scoring position with 1 out in the first inning.
So they're specially made in every color.
Yeah, I mean, when you ref basketball, you guys have special made shirts, right?
Yeah, but there's only one colorway. It's not like we've got stripes with green and black on them.
How many shirts do they give you, or do you have to buy them?
Well, I got mine like way before. So I've been through 3 generations of sports directors at the YMCA.
Okay.
So when the first one was going out, I basically just kind of took one.
Okay.
And
is that the first time you've admitted that?
Yeah.
All right.
So over the years,
get them, boys.
Over the years, they've ran out of them. So now they've like ordered more and more. So like now every ref shirt, it seems like, is different, but they're all black and white stripes.
1-1 the count to Jacoby Tacchini. The pitch is rifled foul the opposite way. 1-2 the count to the Falcons catcher. I'm partial to the light blue umpire shirts. I think they look the best.
It's a classic look. I like the black the best, I think, actually. Looks official.
Also a valid opinion. Wind picking up here at North Medford, blowing kind of in from right field, but also more across the field from right to left. So not going to help any balls get out of here per se unless they're really hugging that left field foul pole. 2-2 the count to Jacoby Tacchini with a runner in scoring position. Hamilton at second. Still looking for our first run of the ball game, getting started in the top of the first inning. Tacchini chases the heat and goes down on strikes for the second out in the first inning. Brings up Ian Meyer for the Falcons. I had a chance to chat with Ian in between games just a moment ago, and he stops me as I'm going to pick up the lineup from Coach Sean Teeters, and he says, "Josh, why not us?" And I said, "What did you just say?" And he says, "Why not us?" And I said, "Are you trying to bait me to motivate you guys? Trying to make me say something bad to motivate you guys for this game?" He said, "Yeah, I would never do that."
Yeah.
Pitch to Myers in the dirt, 1-0. I don't know quite what he was fishing for, but
of course, Josh. Why,
yeah.
That's perfectly reasonable.
So this is like Michael Jordan going to the scorers table in the finals and being like, "Talk to me, you guys. Let's hear what you have to say. See if they can get some motivation." I would never
slander us, Josh.
Yeah. Count is 1-0 to Meyer. Here's the pitch from Sanderson. That one called a strike knee high over the outside part. Nice find by Sanderson in the zone. After Meyer in the order is Colin Tacchini. Pitch on the way. That is swung on and missed. There's now 2 strikes on Ian Meyer. It's been good pitching by Sanderson. He's elevated that fastball well here early. Set again, Sanderson trying to put away Meyer. Here's the pitch. That one is just going to miss outside. Good take there by Meyer. Might have been a slider, maybe a curveball from Sanderson. Broke away from the righty, and he sticks around to see another. 2 balls, 2 strikes, the count to the Falcons' first baseman. Catcher Colombo relays the sign to the pitcher. Sanderson set, still looking for that put-away pitch. Won't find it here. Meyer rifles one foul down the left field side, just a little bit out in front of that pitch. Count still 2 balls and 2 strikes to Ian. In the opener today, Ian Meyer was 2 for 4 with 3 RBIs. Grounded out a couple of times, but left an impact in the first and second innings of a 15-1 win for the Falcons. Here's the pitch. Meyer chases the fastball, elevated again. Sanderson relying on that pitch for 3 strikeouts here in the first inning. And the Falcons leave a runner in scoring position. We go to the bottom half of the first next on mybasin.com.
The Klamath Basin is beautiful, from shimmering Klamath Lake to rich farmlands to the historic downtown. And with an average of over 300 days of sunshine every year, the Klamath Basin is a great place to be. We here at Basin Media Active have been supporting this community for many years, keeping it entertained and informed with friendly faces and familiar voices. You can stay up to date with the latest news, weather, stream live local sports, and check out our community calendar, all on our website, mybasin.com. And you can download our app for free in your app store right now. Basin Media Active, local community engaged.
Bottom of the first inning, and we are scoreless as Colby Medeiros gets set to face the Medford Mavericks order in Game 2 of a doubleheader today from Medford, Oregon. Colby Medeiros making his 5th start of the summer, his 8th overall appearance. He's thrown 28 and 2/3 innings this season. He's got 4 wins, and he's allowed 19 hits, 2 runs, 7 walks, 26 Ks, an ERA of 4.88 entering play today. Number that I like for Medeiros, the whip, .907. He's averaging just under 1 base runner realistically per inning this season. And you limit traffic on the base paths, you limit runs coming across to score, you collect a lot of wins. And that's been Medeiros' recipe this season. He's been maybe the most underrated pitcher this season for the Falcons.
Is your dark horse on the mound?
I like him out there. Like I said, you know, take a look at what he did last year. His ERA was a little bit inflated, didn't get a ton of work, but this year they've relied on him to start a number of league games. Like I said, this is his 5th start of the year as he gets set against Braden Poff. 0-1, gets ahead. And I like watching him work out there. He produces weak contact. The 0-1. That one's fouled back into the umpire. He looks to be okay. Count is 0-2 to Braden Poff. The numbers pretty much back that up for Colby as well. He gets a lot of fly balls weakly hit in the infield and a lot of ground balls as well. You know, like I said, 28 innings pitched, 26 strikeouts, so those numbers are pretty similar, but still, that's what Coach Craig Connor likes about him. I've talked to him about it as much. Just loves Medeiros getting guys to roll over those pitches and pop them up in the infield. The count is 1-2 right now to Braden Poff. Here's the delivery. This one is hit foul. Count remains 1-2. Braden Poff, Sage Wyant, and Jackson Stowers do up this half inning for the Medford Mavericks. They enter play today 11-12 overall on the season.
Now, you just talked about the weak contact. Scientifically, what is it that produces weak contact?
Well, just a little bit of movement on the baseball. If you get a guy to swing over the top or just underneath something, right? I mean, the goal is obviously to square up on the ball and drive it. But if you get a 2-seam fastball that dips a little bit at the end, or curveball has a lot of spin rate that's already slow, doesn't have a ton of velocity that the other guys have, and so he's able to just produce that weaker contact and have his defense get the outs for him. The 1-2 is a comebacker right to Medeiros. He'll do it himself. Toss on to Meyer on first in time, and there's one gone in the inning.
So what you're saying is you want the batter to get just a piece of it.
Well, a lot of guys, even in the big leagues, make their money doing that. I mean, they're not going to be the guys who are, winning Cy Young awards or even making all-star games, but they're the guys that when postseason time comes around that you want on the mound. There's guys in the big leagues who fit that bill, and I think Medeiros fits that bill too, as that pitch is going to be called a strike to Sage Wyant to start the at-bat. Count is 0-1 with 1 out in the first. Pitch to Wyant. Called a strike. Medeiros working away from the lefty here and working ahead. Count is 0-2 against Wyant. He was the starting pitcher and the losing pitcher for Medford in the opener today. As takes a pitch outside for a ball. 1-2 the count. On the hill in the opener. I'll give you the final line on Wyant should he get one more pitch. The 1-2 misses down and in. 2-2. At the plate in that game, Wyant was 1 for 2. And also struck out once on the mound. In 4 innings pitched, he allowed 13 earned runs and did not strike out a batter. Here's a chopper towards the right side of the infield. Took a bad hop on Teeters, but he was able to react in time to make the play still. 2 up and 2 down for the Mavericks in the first. Brings up Jackson Stowers. Stowers getting the start here at first base. In the opener, he was 1 for 2 with an RBI. against the Falcons. Here's the pitch from Medeiros. That one misses outside. 1-0. After Stowers, it's Ethan Lang in the order for Medford. Pitch on the way from Medeiros. That one taken for a strike. Just above the knees, over the outside part of the plate. Medeiros works even with the first baseman for the Mavericks. Delivery on the way. Another chopper, this time to the left side. Takini on a hop, tosses to Meyer. It takes Meyer off the bag, but the tag is applied for the out. And that's 3 up, 3 down for the Mavericks in the first. And we go to the second scoreless on mybasin.com.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Rob, why do you think so many families choose Subaru here?
Because they're built for real life here in Southern Oregon.
All-wheel drive, safety, and room for everything from kids to camping gear.
And we've got Subarus in stock, ready to go when you are.
Plus, we're locally owned and deeply involved in the community.
When you buy from us, you buy from a dealership that supports Klamath Falls. Stop by and say hi.
Friendly, local, and easy to work with. That's us at Klamath Falls Subaru, right on Washburn Way.
Five, 6, and 7 in the Falcons order due up here in the second inning. Colin Takini, P.J. Safford, Trustin Thomas to work against Davis Sanderson. Still in a scoreless ball game. Falcons got a runner into scoring position in the first. They couldn't do anything with it as Sanderson struck out the side, aside from a single off the bat of Corbin Hamilton. So see what he's able to do against the second half of the Falcons order. Got the home plate umpire was over there discussing maybe some changes with Medford, although maybe just getting some game balls. He had the lineup card in his hand, so we'll see. Nope, now he's going over to talk to Coach Teeters. Let's see if I can spot any changes out there against the lineup card for the Mavericks. We got a new third baseman, perhaps? Let's see. Well, we've got a new second baseman. I think Poff is now at second. Still got Dalton at short. Still got Lang at third. So I think we just got to find out now who's in center field. It might be Sage Wyant. Try to find out here in a bit, but what I do know is that Colin Takini is leading off the inning. First pitch is going to miss into Colin. It is 1-0. Takini in the opener today was 0 for 1. He flew out and walked in his 2 plate appearances. The 1-0. Grounder to short. Dalton going to backhand it. Sets his feet, throws across the diamond in time. 1 pitch and 1 out in the second. Here comes P.J. Safford for the Falcons. Safford in the opener was 1 for 1. Had a 3 RBI triple and scored a run in the opener for the Falcons. Love to replicate that one here. Here's the pitch to Safford. That one called a strike on the outer third. Safford falls behind here 0-1. After Safford in the order, it is Trustin Thomas.
I was talking with PJ's partner in crime, Traven Ruano, the other day. Oh, yesterday.
Okay.
He rests with me.
Yeah.
And them two boys, they get dressed up. They get painted sometimes for some basketball games.
Been to the Klamath Union gym. You've seen them, I promise.
Can't miss them.
Safford bounces this one out to Dalton as well. Good stretch at first by Stowers, and they get Safford.
Anyways, he was just saying that he'll miss getting painted up with him for KU games, but at least PJ will be staying in town, attending OIT, playing baseball over there.
So now what we have to do is, instead of looking at Pell Court for Safford to be bare-chested and painted, we got to go to Danny Miles Court to see him bare-chested and painted.
Yeah, I'd love to see him pull that off with his dad as the SID.
I think it's a good look. He already did it a couple of times last year. I think when they did K through 12 day, I think he was up there leading the student section.
Oh, that's nice.
Trustin Thomas stepping in now with 2 outs and the base is empty. Here's the pitch. That one is going to miss outside. 1-0 to Trustin Thomas. In the opener, Thomas was 1 for 2. He walked and scored a run, but he also doubled and knocked in a pair in the second inning. The 1-0 to Thomas is called a strike. Just below the belt, but over the plate for certain, and it's a 1-1 count here to Trustin. Sanderson working efficiently here. He's got the Falcons to bounce out on the first 2 at-bats of the second. The 1-1 to Thomas is called a strike. Umpire's strike zone certainly favoring the pitcher in this one, but if it's consistent on that outside part, it's up to the hitters to adjust today if that outside pitch is going to be there. The 1-2 to Thomas. Here it comes, and he fights it off. Foul. Count remains 1-2. After Thomas, it's Ty Teeters.
How do you feel about the electronic strike zone? I mean, having an ump, it adds a lot of nuance to the game.
I like the way they have it figured out. The 1-2 is looked at for strike 3. And that'll retire the side. We can talk about that later on as the Falcons go down in order in the second. We go to the bottom half next on mybasin.com.
When your care feels complicated, you need someone who won't back away. At Heartfelt, they are known for taking on the cases others won't. Complex, high-risk, and deeply personal situations that deserve real attention. They specialize in minimally invasive procedures, helping you heal faster and get back to your life, your family, your work. And they are here for the long term, not just one visit. No referrals needed, just care that truly shows up for you. Visit heartfeltobgyn.com or call 541-205-6890. Heartfelt OBGYN. Expert care when it matters most.
At Pacific Power, we can't predict the future, but we're preparing for every possibility. With more extreme weather year-round, we're investing in an energy system ready for what comes next. By strengthening the grid, using smart infrastructure, and drawing from our diverse energy resources, we're not just powering today. We're designing an energy system that's built to weather tomorrow. Energy that makes powering your greatness possible.
4-5-6 due up for the Medford Mavericks in the bottom of the second inning of a scoreless ball game against Colby Medeiros and the Klamath Falls Falcons. Lang, Bowl, and Scheid due up this half. Medeiros produced 3 groundouts in the first inning to get out unscathed, looking for more of the second as his counterpart Davis Sanderson has quelled the Falcons' order through 2 innings. Here's the pitch from Medeiros, and a bouncer over the head of Takini and into left field. And a leadoff single for the Mavericks in the second has them in business, trying to push across the first run of the ball game. Brings up Gavin Bowl. By the way, for Lang, that's his first hit of the day. He had struck out twice in the opener, so able to turn the page there to start this second game. He's in with a base hit on his first at-bat. Brings up Gavin Bowl, who was 1 for 2 in the opener today. He flew out in the first, but he singled and scored the only run for North Medford in the 4th inning. Here he lays down a bunt. It winds up going foul. The count is 0-1 to Bowl. He's the designated hitter today in this one, in hitting for the pitcher, Sanderson. Runner at first is Ethan Lang. After that bunt foul, the Mavericks trying to engineer this run. See if they can't move him into scoring position on a bunt here from Bowl. You'll see the corners come in now for the Falcons. Takini in play on the grass. Meyer will do the same. Bunt laid down. No, it's a pitch that I believe he didn't pull back on in time. The count's 0-2. Then they tried to back pick Lang at first.
Good throw.
Good throw, but just not in time. Lang is back safely.
The lead, it wasn't even really that big. Like 2 steps off the bag, I'd say.
Lang takes an extra half step back towards first base. This time as Medeiros comes set, and Colby misses upstairs on the 0-2 pitch. It's now 1-2 to Gavin Bowl. And now the bunt is off, and a real small lead at first for Lang, playing conservatively over there. He's only about a step and a half off the base as that pitch missed up, maybe inside, but I think mostly upstairs against Gavin Bowl. The count is 2 balls and 2 strikes to the Mavericks' designated hitter.
Seems like the Mavericks learned pretty quickly from the first game. Hold that thought.
Left field fly ball. Moving in is Hamilton. Corbin makes the catch, 1 out in the inning.
As I was saying, I think it seems like the Mavericks have learned pretty quickly from the first game not to run on Jacoby. And seeing from how the runner on first, his lead got considerably shorter after Jacoby threw down. I think they're starting to really respect Jacoby's arm.
Doesn't take long for teams to figure out that you need someone with a lot of speed to run on him. Lang is going to have a move over to first. Meyer then catches it. Now they've got him going back to first. Teeters then throws to Medeiros, and Medeiros supplies the tag. And the Falcons win the pickle there to get the leadoff base runner out. Now there's 2 gone in the second, and it brings up Kyson Shine.
Beautiful move over to first.
You know, it was interesting there as we were talking about the lead at first. I was watching Lang kind of take his lead, and he took his standard about step and a half lead off of first, and then kind of timidly started creeping off the bag. That's when Medeiros threw over, and they had him like a fish out of water. First pitch on the way to Scheid is popped up. Shallow left side. Looks playable for Sims in the infield. He makes the catch, and that will retire the side. After a leadoff single, the Mavericks still go down in order in the second. To a scoreless third, we go next on mybasin.com.
What are your goals? To get stronger, move better, feel healthier? Whatever you are aiming for, Harbor Isles is here to help you. They have brand new cardio and strength equipment. Harbor Isles offers indoor tennis courts, 4 indoor pickleball courts, energizing group classes, expert personal trainers, and a friendly, knowledgeable staff ready to guide you every step of the way. No matter what your goals are, Harbor Isles has everything you need to reach those goals. Stop by and see the difference for yourself. Harbor Isles, lose those reins and get your gains.
Are you an enthusiastic sports fan? Want to have fun and get in on the action?
Heck yes, that'd be awesome.
Have great attention to detail? Want to stay active?
Definitely.
Want to give back to the student athletes in your community?
Obviously, yes.
Then you'd make an excellent high school sports official. We need more officials in Oregon, because with no high school officials, there are no high school sports. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
Ty Teeters, Harley Hoblet, Carson Sims do up this half inning for the Falcons. As we enter the top of the third inning, still scoreless here from Jim McAbee Field on the campus of North Medford High School. It's been a wonderful day for baseball today. Not too hot, 85 degrees. The breeze is blowing. Fans have their tents set up here, much like we do. But then you've got quite a few Medford fans who are parked up right up next to the backstop with no shade at all. Those are the fans that I like down there, braving the heat. I would do it if we didn't have all this gear to protect.
You would brave the heat?
Yeah.
Just for fun?
Sit out there, get beat red, like you said, like we were talking about on Thursday.
That's very patriotic of you, Josh.
I'm nothing if not patriotic.
I'm good. I'll avoid the skin cancer.
Okay, yeah. You gotta wear sunscreen.
Wow.
Come on.
I don't know. I've seen some pretty beat red white people.
Yeah, that's also true. What were we talking about? There's a Margaritaville in town. That's where you go to find them. Pitch is swung on and popped up to the right side. Moving over is the second baseman, and he makes the catch. 1 pitch and 1 gone in the third as Ty Teeters is retired to start the inning. Brings up Harley Hoblet. First at bat here in this one. In the opener, Harley was 1 for 2. He singled and popped out in as many tries. Set on the bump is Sanderson. He's been efficient thus far. First pitch to Hoblet misses upstairs, 1-0.
I told Harley if he got a hit, I'd tell this story. So, yesterday at the tournament, in the lunch break.
This is a 3v3 basketball tournament, right?
Yes, 3v3 basketball tournament at KU, Pelcourt. Him and his team were still unbeaten at the lunch break, and this was just before the semifinal. And he was warming up, doing whatever, probably dancing a lot with his friends or whatever. So I asked him to 1v1 me, and so we 1v1 to 7, and I lost 7-5. So
I'm surprised you got any points on him.
Respectable score.
2-0, misses outside. Oh, they called that a strike, 2-1.
Well, you know, he's only a incoming sophomore. I'm a little bit bigger than he is. You know, you back him down to the post.
Yeah.
Easy money every time.
So, but then how did he beat you? Could you not guard him?
That guy is shifty. You know, my other refs referred to him as the guy with handles.
Okay.
So, if that tells you anything.
He kind of came on as a late-season varsity basketball player last year for Henley. And
as a freshman.
Yeah, and he had some decent minutes down the stretch as he works a walk here in a 3-1 count, takes a pitch below the knees, and Hoblet with a one-out base runner for the Falcons.
The thing I like about Hoblet is that he doesn't take himself too seriously. He's just a guy that likes to have fun.
Yeah, I appreciate that about him too. All right, back to the top of the order. It's Carson Sims for the Klamath Falls Falcons. Sims 0 for 1. He struck out in the first inning. Decent speed over there with Harley at first. We'll see if the Falcons have anything on here. First pitch to Sims, misses upstairs, 1-0. Taking a look at the statistics for Carson on the season. He is a .358 hitter this season for the Falcons. 18 RBIs, 37 runs scored. 1-0 is taken for a ball inside. Hoblet feigned a steal, but wound up deciding against it. Count is 2-0 to the Falcons shortstop with Hamilton due up next.
You can see Colombo really wanted to backpick him, but no one was home to guard the base.
Colombo's, you know, we give a lot of credit to Jacoby Tacchini, the Falcons catcher, as we should. But Colombo's impressed me today, and I always like to highlight good play from a quality catcher. It's one of the tougher positions, if not the toughest to play. There's Hoblet on the move. That pitch in the dirt. Colombo's not going to have a chance at that one with such a low pitch. Hoblet in safely at second. But he hasn't let, just to finish my thought on Colombo, hasn't let really anything get by him all day. Yeah, the Falcons have run a little bit, but his throws have been good. Just Falcons have been sliding around some questionable tags, but
there's some pretty quick Falcons players as well.
But all's to say, I've enjoyed watching Colombo catch so far today. As Sims works a walk, that's back-to-back free passes issued by Davis Sanderson. He's in a little bit of hot water here with 1 out and 2 men on against Corbin Hamilton. Now Hamilton 1 for 1 today in this one, but across both games he's now 4 for 4 with 3 RBIs and 2 runs scored. He's had a good afternoon here in the Rogue Valley. The pitch to Hamilton is going to miss in the dirt. Harley breaks for third. A tough play for Colombo to make, but in safely at third is Hoblet. Sims will follow in his footsteps to second. Want to make sure that Sanderson is okay out there. It looked like he kind of slipped when delivering that baseball. It was wide, wound up in the dirt, but maybe he refilled whatever hole he stepped in out there on the mound. But now, definite trouble with 2 men in scoring position and 1 out. And Hamilton lines a single into center field. That's going to score Hoblet. Sims burning around third. The throw is cut off, and it will never come all the way home. Hamilton stays hot up there. A 2 RBI single gives the Falcons a 2-run lead in the third.
Yeah, Corbin's been on a tear today. He got intentionally walked last game, which is kind of rare.
And we've really only seen Tacchini get intentionally walked this year. So, and by the way, when Hamilton was intentionally walked, that was to load the bases too. They wanted to avoid the situation that they just had him in. And he came up with a base hit and a couple of RBIs there. Who's to say he wouldn't have done the same earlier in the ball game? And so, not a bad coaching decision. It's got to feel good for Hamilton, though. His confidence is building. He takes off on the first pitch home, and it gets in between the legs of Colombo. Now turning around second, headed for third is Hamilton, and he gets in there on the pass ball.
Wow.
All the way to third. And Jacoby Tacchini now another RBI opportunity here in the third inning.
Yeah, this is a pretty far backstop. It's not often you see someone get 2 bags like that. I think the combination of Hamilton's stride, his quickness, and how far the backstop is allowed him those 2 bases.
1-0 misses into Tacchini. Oh, gosh, another strike. Count is even. 1-1.
Couple of boos from the crowd over here.
The strike zone is favoring the pitchers today, to say the very least. Here's the 1-1 to Tacchini. That one is going to bounce to the plate and get away. Nothing Colombo could have done on that one as Hamilton slides in safely. Comes all the way around to score, and the Falcons now lead by 3. Count is a ball and a strike to Jacoby Tacchini. He's 0 for 1 today, struck out in the first inning. And I will say about the strike zone, if you favor the pitchers on both sides, no one really can complain, or at least if you do, I don't know. If it's consistently going to be a big zone today, that's all right. And so far it has been. It's not like it's been moving around. Pitchers has just certainly had the advantage today. Jacoby pops one up to the right side. Second baseman Poff calls everybody off, makes the catch in the infield, 2 gone.
You know what? I kind of like a big zone, though, because it makes the hitters swing. You know, if you have a really small zone, a lot of hitters are just going to take a couple pitches because they know a lot of them are going to be balls. Anything close, they're going to hold up on. But I like to see batters swing.
I tend to agree with you. I tend to like a game that's able to be dictated a little bit more by pitching. Borderline pitches going the way of the pitcher, especially if they've been around the zone today, which for the most part Sanderson has. He allowed this inning to get a little bit away from him. He offered up 2 walks and a couple of wild pitches, but for the most part, he's been around the zone today, and so gifting him a couple here and there doesn't hurt my feelings too bad. It's just got to protect then with 2 strikes on you if you're the Falcons.
But also, if you have to protect all the time, then you put a lot more balls into play, and it allows the defense to make more plays as well.
Right now, Meyer has 2 strikes on him. He's 0 for 1 today with a strikeout, trying to avoid that second time back to the dugout. Here's the 0-2 to Meyer. Curveball hit on the line to second base, but another play by the second baseman made on the fly for the third out. But the Falcons score 3 runs on just 1 hit in the inning. They take a 3-run lead to the bottom half of the third next on mybasin.com.
There's something special about this place. It's more than the quiet mornings and the open skies. It's more than the scenery. It's the people. Around here, people still wave when you pass by. They check in when something's wrong. They show up when it matters. At Sage Credit Union, we're proud to live and work in a region that believes in each other. A place where neighbors lend a hand, small businesses thrive, and generosity runs deep. We believe that being part of a community means giving back to it, not just with dollars, but with time, effort, and heart. That's why our employees earn paid volunteer time. That's why you'll see us at food drives, fundraisers, and the local fair. We show up for our community. This isn't just where we work. This is where we live, where we give, and where we grow. Right here, in the coffee shop, at the fundraiser, and in our local branch. At Sage Credit Union, we've found our people. We'll see you around town.
Seven, 8, 9 in the Medford order, due up against Colby Medeiros in the bottom half of inning number 3. Falcons, by the way, lead 3-0 here at Jim Maccabee Field. Nico Colombo, Tucker Pickens, Jackson Dalton due up against Medeiros. It's been a briskly paced ball game so far. I don't want to put the announcer's jinx on it, but through 36 minutes of game time, we're in the bottom of the 3rd inning. That's pretty good.
Not bad, not bad. Well, the first game or the second game started on time, which rarely ever happens.
I mean, I think that might be classified as a miracle because that almost never happens.
Yeah.
First pitch from Medeiros, called a strike, letter high inside part against Colombo. He falls behind 0-1. Colombo, the game-starting catcher for Medford. Pitch from Medeiros. Colombo bounces this one towards third. A tall hop. Tacchini up with it. He's able to make the play in time. Nice stretch by Meyer to aid in that effort. And there's 1 out in the inning. Brings up Tucker Pickens for the Mavericks. Pickens in the opener today was 0 for 1. He did walk in the ball game, but he also grounded out in the 5th inning of our opening contest today. Here's the first pitch from Medeiros. Misses upstairs. Looked to be the 2-seam fastball from Colby. He falls behind to Pickens 1-0. Pitch from Medeiros now lifted to the right side. A lot of foul territory here at Jim Maccabee Field, but that one is fully out of play. Looked like it kind of wound up towards the bullpen, and I think I see Jackson Stowers warming back up over there. He did pitch in the opener, I believe. Yeah, he pitched the last couple of innings for Medford in the opener, so they might turn to him again here in this one as that pitch misses low. 2-1 to Tucker Pickens. Medeiros offers up the 2-1. That one is hit in the air right side. Coming in is the right fielder Thomas. Makes the catch. 2 gone.
Probably the hardest hit ball we've seen from anyone facing Medeiros this game.
Yeah, decent opposite field poke there for Pickens, but Thomas was playing in, trying to protect the foul line, I think, after he saw the previous foul ball come his way, and so was in a good position to make the play and record the second out. This one's popped up foul behind us. Counts 0-1 to Jackson Dalton for North Medford. Dalton in the opener today was 0 for 2. He struck out and grounded out against Corbin Hamilton. The 0-1 from Medeiros is a bouncer towards the left side. Takini up with it in the gap. Meyer picks it out of the dirt nearly. He pulled his foot. And so Dalton reaches there, and it will bring up Braden Poff with 2 outs in the inning and a base runner for the Mavericks. Poff 0 for 1 in the ball game today. He grounded out back in the first inning.
Are you calling that a hit or an error?
I'm waiting to see how we exactly score that, because that wasn't really a routine play for Takini. So we're just going to hold off on that one for just a moment, as that pitch is called a strike. Count is 0-1 to Poff. Started the game in center field. I believe he's taken over at second base. Here's the 0-1 pitch. You're going to have to wait as they move over to first instead. By the way, that hit from Dalton ruled a single. And so he is aboard with a 2-out single over there at third, or pardon me, in the third. And Poff, I have to wait again as they check on him over there. Wind starting to pick up a little bit here in Medford. This is the conditions I remember playing in a season ago.
Starting to get a little chilly out here.
The 0-1 on the way from Medeiros. That pitch is going to miss upstairs, 1-1. There was one year we were here. This was before I figured out how to tie everything down with the bungee cords like we brought today. Yeah. This table that we're sitting at, Walter, was at the bottom of these bleachers after one gust of wind with all of my stuff on it and everything.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, it was definitely not embarrassing at all.
Oh, well, I'm not worried about it being embarrassing. Did it take a while to get back on air?
It was between games of a doubleheader, so hit in the air to the right side. There was also, that actually might have been the year we had a lightning delay here. There was you could see the lightning striking down over the left field fence. And yeah, it was a real windy day. All my gear came tumbling down. I learned my lesson on that one. Another move over to first, and again, they've got a man stuck in a rundown. Meyer's going to apply the tag, and that will end the inning. Enough attention paid to Dalton. They finally caught him leaning, and the Mavericks go down in order in the third. We go to the top half of the fourth next on mybasin.com.
At Geno's on East Main Street, we're always ready for sports season.
And now is a perfect time to connect with us.
We're open every morning at 6:30, serving simply good food
for your breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
We offer breakfast burritos and burgers all day, Italian family recipes,
monthly specials, amazing desserts, and of course, your choice of cold or hot beverages.
Call 884-6474 right now to place a food order for pickup or use DoorDash delivery.
Or best of all, come dine in with us.
Geno's on East Main, simply good food.
Check out our full menu and all our activities at ilovegenos.com. Geno's on East Main, simply good food.
New pitcher into the game for North Medford. It's a return for Jackson Sowers. Sowers is making his second appearance of the day and his 8th overall on the season. 13 1/3 previous innings pitched, allowing 13 hits, 12 runs, 10 earned. He has struck out 16 batters, an ERA of 5 1/4. Like I said, this is the second time we've seen Jackson today. He did come in and pitch a little bit in the 15-1 victory for the Falcons in our opener today. Stowers in that game pitched one inning, allowed one hit, 2 runs. He walked a batter and struck out one as well. All right, Colin Tacchini, P.J. Safford, and Trustin Thomas to try to get something going against Stowers here in this one. It's a 3-0 ball game in the top of the 4th inning. The Falcons lead. First pitch on the way, a hanging curveball. Tacchini hits that one into the air to the left side, and a sliding catch in left field. And there's one gone in the inning. Making that catch in left for Medford was Tucker Pickens. Nice play there. Other changes, by the way, for Medford in this half inning, along with their new pitcher. Braden Poff has moved over to first. Kyson Scheid has resumed his position at second base. Pickens in left, Wyant in center. Still trying to spot who the right fielder is for North Medford, but I'm sure we'll find out soon enough as P.J. Safford fouls off the first pitch he saw, and the count is 0-1.
Seeing that P.J. Safford is up to bat, the outfield has shifted deeper. He had that bases clearing triple earlier in the first game, and I don't know. I think they respect his bat a little bit more.
That time Safford takes a strike. The count to him is 0-2. Safford today in this one 0-1, but you're right, he did have that bases clearing triple in his only at-bat in the opener. Also scored a run, that trip around the bases. Here's the 0-2 to Safford. Curveball taken away for a ball. Count is 1-2. Not a bad take there from Safford. PJ still has to protect that outside part. Stowers might try to exploit it here as Colombo sets the target. Here's the pitch. Outside fastball misses. Good take there by Safford.
It's a pretty big frame from Colombo.
Home plate umpire says that was definitely outside. I have to agree with him. 2-2. Stowers works out of the stretch. Here it comes. Curveball, line drive, second baseman caught by Scheid. 2 gone in the 4th. Brings up Trustin Thomas with 2 gone for the Falcons. Thomas 0-1 in this ball game. That was in the 2nd inning. He struck out. Thomas, with the bases empty and nobody out, trying to get something started for the Falcons. This season, more often than not, he's been up in the middle of long rallies. He's got 17 hits this season, but Trustin has knocked in 21 runs. I believe, as I'm looking at this right now, he's the only Falcon who has more RBIs than he does base hits this season. So that pitch is hit to the left side. Coming in is the left fielder Pickens, and he makes the catch. I want to make an amendment to that statement. Tacchini also, he's got 40 hits, 41 RBIs, but pretty close in that category there, just to wrap that up. The Falcons go down in order, by the way, in the 4th. We'll go to the bottom half next in a 3-run ball game. Klamath Falls leads Medford on 104.3, 960 Sports, and MyBasin.com.
Come on in. Hey, I'm Jason with Elevate Physical Therapy, Fitness, and Performance, and just a little bit about us. So we started in March of 2020, opened right before COVID hit. It's been a wild ride. So one of the things I'm super passionate about is this idea of being guides, and or think about like a map and compass. If you think about our job as physical therapists is to take a person who's had an injury and help them kind of go from point A to point B. And everybody's journey is different. It's never a straight line. It's nice to have someone that's been there, that's walked that path before many times. And so we see it as our honor and privilege to be able to walk with patients through those little steps along the way of getting back to doing the things they love. So to get a hold of us at Elevate, you can call our number at 541-887-2030. Check out our website, elevateptfp.com. Or check us out on Instagram, shoot us a message.
Top of the Mavericks order to up this half inning against Colby Medeiros. The Klamath Falls Falcons lead the Medford Mavericks 3-0 in the second of a doubleheader today. Poff 0-1. He grounded out back to the pitcher in the first inning, but second time through the order, we'll see how the Mavericks adjust to Colby Medeiros out there on the hill as the first pitch misses low and away. Count is 1-0. Checking the line score for Medeiros through 3 innings. He has allowed 2 hits. He hasn't struck out anybody yet. And a roller towards shortstop. Sims up with it, rockets the throw to Meyer in time, and 1 gone in the 4th.
That was a really good play by Sims. I mean, it's a routine play for sure, but he made it look really, really smooth.
That's exactly what I was going to say. He makes it just look easy. I mean, any ground ball is kind of a fire drill. You got to do everything right to continue to make the play, but he just makes it look so easy. First pitch to Sage Wyant. Off speed, called a strike right down Main Street from Medeiros. Wyant 0 for 1 in the ball game so far today. He grounded out in the first. Medeiros looking to work him down. Here's the 0-1. Actually, that pitch looked pretty elevated in the zone as so far as to Wyatt to swing underneath it. The count is 0-2 to the now center fielder for the Mavericks. Batting from the left side, Wyant chokes up at a 2-strike count against Medeiros, but Medeiros misses in. And the count is a ball and 2 strikes. Jackson Stowers on deck for the Mavericks. Medeiros tries again in a 2-strike count. This is a chopper to second. Teeters is unable to play it cleanly, and an infield single for Sage Wyant as Teeters came in charging that one, tried to pick it out, but Wyant reaching there, and it brings up Stowers.
That'll probably be a single, yeah.
I'm thinking so, but we'll wait to see exactly. Stowers stepping in. He's 0 for 1 today. And they're going to call that an error. Tough play for Teeters to get to, but I always heed to our official scorers. And so, reaching on an error there was Wyant, and Stowers behind in the count 0-1. Stowers grounded out in his first chance up. By the way, they check over on Wyant at first. Medeiros, for a right-hander, really got a quick pickoff move. They've already caught 2 guys today, but he is swift with it up there. Here's the 0-1. Comes home with it. A check swing, poked foul, but it'll stay foul. Counts 0-2 to Stowers with Ethan Lang due up next for Medford. Wind direction changing a little bit here, by the way, blowing pretty much straight away left field now at this point. 331 over that fence, 380 to straightaway center field, 344 to the right field side. Medeiros picks off another. Quick move, and down goes Wyant at first, atoning for the error. There's 2 outs and still 2 strikes on Jackson Stowers. First base umpire for Medford trying to argue that there was a balk, but, well, to no avail.
First base coach.
What did I say?
First base umpire.
Oh, arguing with the base umpire, I suppose.
They're both arguing.
Yeah. Well, the coach for Medford is stomping his feet and walking over towards the dugout. Now we've got the third base coach for Medford going out to talk with the base umpire. Be curious what exactly they saw in Medeiros. I didn't see that move cleanly. I had seen the one before and it looked safe, but of course what happens before has no connection to what just happened.
Have you ever seen bases clear? Or not bases.
The bench is clear?
Dugout's clear, yeah.
No, not in a youth game. I have seen it at a big league game one time, but that's never at a youth game, which I hope it stays that way. We don't need benches clearing for a youth game.
Yeah.
It's a lot different. It's a lot different when your paycheck's on the line versus a little bit of school pride, I think.
That's true.
Yeah.
Although some people really have school pride.
I guess you're right. All right. Jackson Stowers got 2 strikes on him. The conversation about the potential balk clearly over. Medeiros works out of the windup and is going to miss low 1-2. Ethan Lang again still waiting on deck. Stowers in a, I believe, 2-2 count. Pardon me, 1-2. Here's the pitch. Now it's 2-2. That one misses low and away. It was a ground out to start this inning from Braden Poff. Wyant reached on an error and then was picked off. We had that conversation about it. Now the 2-2 pitch home is hit to the right side, but well out of play, foul, and we'll do it again, 2-2. Stowers took over the game as the pitcher in the last half inning, got through it unscathed against the Falcons. Trying to get something going with the stick here. He stays alive on a 2-strike count. He fouls it back, and you'll get to see another from Medeiros. Colby gets the sign in from Jacoby. Now the 2-2. Bouncer to the left side. Sims not able to get to it in the gap. It's through for a 2-out single. It brings up Ethan Lang. Good effort there by the left side of the infield for the Falcons. But that one was hit right where no one could get to it. And we're also going to have a courtesy runner come in for the pitcher. Looks like that's going to be Chin aboard there at first. So Ethan Lang, who's 1 for 1 today. Chance to bat with two outs and a runner on. Medeiros. Pitch is another grounder. This time a chance for Sims. Goes to Teeters for the quick out at second, and that'll do it in the 4th inning. An error and a base hit get a couple of runners on for the Mavericks, but they can't do anything with it. They still trail the Falcons 3-0 as we go to the top half of inning number 5 on mybasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place that feels as good as home. And then I heard your voice, I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Ty Teeters, Harley Hoblet, and Carson Sims do up this half inning for the Falcons. We'll see if there's any changes, but they lead here in the 5th. The score of 3-0 against the Medford Mavericks. Jackson Stowers still out there working for the Mavs. He got through the 4th inning without allowing a base runner. 3 flyouts to get himself out of that one. We'll see how he does against 8-9-1 in the Falcons order here in the 5th.
We've talked about baseball rule changes and baseball hot takes. I've got one for you.
Oh, boy. I'm nervous. My heart's racing.
I know you're so excited for this one.
Yeah.
There should be anti-errors.
What does that even mean?
If you make an incredible play that shouldn't have been made, erases an error that you've made previously in the game.
I don't like that at all.
Why?
What's the equivalent for this? How did this come into your head?
Oh, I don't know. Last inning,
yeah.
I was just thinking about, like, if someone hits into the gap, should have been a base hit, right? So you either mark something an error or a base hit, right?
Right.
Because if they're not able to get to it.
Bouncer back up the middle. Teeters going to bounce this one out to Stowers. Throw to first is there. 1 gone in the 5th.
But what if you shouldn't have been able to get to it?
Well, then it's just a great play. And
exactly.
We say, yay, way to go.
No, it should be scored. You should be able to score an electric play.
See, what I do is I put a little star in the notebook. That should be enough, right? A star in my notebook.
No.
Oh.
No, it should be an anti-error.
A happy face, maybe?
And that should be its own stat, is an anti-error or non-error or whatever.
You're losing me here.
No, I'm not.
First pitch to Harley Hoblet. Misses outside 1-0. Hoblet walked his first time up. He came in to score in the 3-run 3rd inning for the Falcons. So far, all their offense today. Although in the opener, it was the 5th inning that the Falcons put together a good offensive showing to help them secure a mercy rule victory. Here's the first, the 1-0 pitch to Hoblet. That one came in and got him on the elbow guard. Oh, they're going to say Hoblet leaned into that. He spun out of the way. That's brutal. I guess we really do have a pitcher's umpire today.
Oh, man.
That's brutal. Hoblet spun out of the way, and they're going to say he spun into it.
He must have been a pitcher in his career.
That's a unique one.
Goodness gracious.
All right. Teeters certainly has a gripe. The third base coach certainly does. What I was going to say was the 5th inning for the Falcons in the opener was a 6-run 5th inning. and they were able to push themselves into mercy rule contention. Now, 6 runs here wouldn't do that. They'd need to do it more, just trying to draw that parallel of the Falcons haven't quite yet put together that one big inning that is customary for them. They still have the lead, but 3 runs isn't exactly comfortable. Count is 1-1 to Harley Hoblet. Here's the pitch. That one misses low, 2-1. Oh, 3-1 the count. All right. Here's the offering to Hoblet. And Stowers comes set again, works out of the stretch even with the bases empty. That one is going to miss wide. Hoblet gets the free pass one way or another, and a 1-out base runner for the Falcons. It brings up Carson Sims. Second time that Hoblet has walked today. Gives Carson Sims a chance to bat now with a runner on. Sims has struck out and walked in 2 at-bats today. We'll see how aggressive Hoblet gets out there at first. He's got a pretty good lead. The Falcons might make the Mavericks try to pay for what they felt was a bad call during his at-bat, but they throw over to him, and Hoblet is back safely. Sims in the opener today was 2 for 4, had a 2 RBI double in that big 6-run 5th inning we alluded to a moment ago. And stepping off again is Stowers. And they've got them thinking about Hoblet over there at first. It's been a subject of discussion ever since leading off this inning, or batting second in this inning, I suppose. There's 1 out. Hoblet takes a half step back towards first. Now as the pitcher comes set, he regains his lead. They throw over to him again, and again he's back safely.
Hoblet's a pretty quick guy.
And he's actually gotten pretty smart around the base paths this year. You can see how he's moving around out there. He's being conservative until Stowers actually motions home. Takes an extra half step back, leads back off as Stowers motions home. Pitch is called a strike, and the count is 0-1 to Carson Sims.
I wonder if he ever catches any dirt in his hood.
From sliding back?
Yeah.
I've got to imagine that thing can't stay clean. I wouldn't put it on my head. It's got to only be a fashion statement.
It looks good, though.
It does. Again, Stowers steps off. Hoblet doing a good job of sticking around in that pitcher's head. But now Sims has to take advantage of it. Counts 0-1 to Carson. Here's the pitch home. Hoblet on the move. The pitch misses up. The throw down is not going to get in time.
Wow, good catch.
Yeah, that was a ball that was destined for center field, but nice job there by Kyson Scheid to come off the bag and receive the baseball.
Cool name, by the way.
Kyson Scheid.
Kyson Scheid.
I got to agree with you, yeah. Got some. Here's the pitch. 1-1. Sims pops it foul. 1-2. I can also appreciate a good baseball name. I do appreciate that. Got to give credit to the pitcher as well. Stowers, that's a good last name also.
Yeah, it is. That's a big league name right there, if I've ever heard one. It's a Cy Young winner.
The 1-2 on the way to Carson Sims. Hoblet with an aggressive lead off a second. He takes off for third. The pitch is in the dirt. There's no chance at a throw down. And Hoblet, who seemingly wanted to weigh on base one way or another, whether he leaned into a pitch or he worked a walk, he's found his way all the way to third. And now Sims an RBI opportunity. 2-2. Here's the pitch. Misses outside. The count is 3-2 to Sims. On deck is Corbin Hamilton. Putting together a good at-bat here for Sims. Doesn't often work deep into counts, but see how he operates here in a full count with 1 out in the 5th. The pitch. Curveball hit the opposite way, foul. Sims trying to wait on that one as long as he could, just a little bit out in front of it as it kind of dribbled foul down the line. The count remains full, 3-2. Sims, the righty, getting the start at shortstop today. Digs back in, shortens up the stroke in a 2-strike count. Trying to put something in play here against Jackson Stowers. The pitch is going to be in the dirt, and Sims will work a walk. And although that pitch was in the dirt, it's not enough for Hoblet to advance. And runners at the corners for Corbin Hamilton.
Yeah, again, good catching from Colombo. He's not had the greatest pitches to work with today.
Yeah, he's had to work hard to keep everything in front of him. We're going to have a visit from the North Medford coach out there on the mound. It looks like they are taking the ball from Jackson Stowers, and so we will step aside for 60 seconds, give the new arm some time to warm up for North Medford as they trail the Klamath Falls Falcons 3-0 in the top of the 5th inning.
The Klamath Basin is beautiful, from shimmering Klamath Lake to rich farmlands to the historic downtown. And with an average of over 300 days of sunshine every year, the Klamath Basin is a great place to be. We here at Basin Media Active have been supporting this community for many years, keeping it entertained and informed with friendly faces and familiar voices. You can stay up to date with the latest news, weather, stream live local sports, and check out our community calendar, all on our website, mybasin.com. And you can download our app for free in your app store right now. Basin Media Active, local community engaged.
All right, Israel Morris, the man on the hill for the Medford Mavericks as we continue on here in the 5th inning. For Morris, this is his 3rd appearance on the season. He's pitched an inning and 2/3 previously this season, and he's allowed 2 hits, 6 runs, 2 earned. He's walked 4 and struck out 1. As he continues to warm up for the Mavericks, he'll face Corbin Hamilton with runners at the corners. Harley Hoblet aboard at 3rd, Carson Sims aboard at 1st. Falcons lead the Mavs 3-0. Top of the 5th inning, game 2 of a doubleheader today from Medford, Oregon. And the season continues for the Falcons. They've got tomorrow off, a rest day to close out the weekend, but back at home on Monday night. Monday night is youth baseball night. 6 o'clock against the Grants Pass Cavemen. If you're a little leaguer or you know one, have them come on out. Wear a jersey, wear a cap, you get in for free. Of course, there's all that along with the concession fare and great summertime evening baseball at Kiger Stadium. I want to encourage you to come on out for our next home game on Monday. 6 o'clock start, single 9-inning game against the Grants Pass Cavemen. Falcons head back out onto the road Tuesday to face the Grants Pass Nuggets. The Nuggets are the team in our league. It'll be the first time we've played them this season. It'll be a 4-game series on Tuesday at their place, and then Thursday the Falcons return home to Kiger Stadium for a doubleheader against the Nuggets. They close out the regular season a week from tomorrow against the Central Point Comets. That game also at home at Kiger Stadium. So only 2 more road games after today. Falcons play 6 of their last 8 games at home. All right. Corbin Hamilton ready to step in now for Klamath Falls. Fresh count as he gets his first look against Israel Morris today, right-hander for Medford. Pitch on the way, runner on the move. Sims is going to swipe second on the pitch in the dirt. Now 2 men in scoring position for Hamilton. He's had a great day today. Of course, we talked about what he's done in the opener with 3 RBIs, 3 for 3. He's already 2 for 2, though, in this one, and has 2 RBIs, does Hamilton. Morris going to step off ahead of this pitch. Want to retoe the rubber. They might have him work out of the windup now with first base open and 2 men in scoring position.
Again, this is the exact situation in which he was intentionally walked earlier.
Infield comes in. The 1-0 called a strike above the letters. Count is even. Ball and a strike. After Hamilton in the order, it's Jacoby Tacchini. Pitch on the way from Morris is a grounder to the left side, through the left side, and a base hit for Hamilton. Hoblet scores. Sims gets the green light, and he is going to beat any throw from the cutoff man. And another 2 RBI single for Corbin Hamilton. He is having a day up there. 3 for 3 in this one. 4 RBIs now. And the Falcons lead 5-0. And this will bring up Jacoby Tacchini. Just got some extra information, by the way, about youth baseball night at Kiger Stadium. Check this out, Walter. I never had this. Free Otter Pops?
What?
That's what I'm saying.
Give me a free Otter Pop.
Man,
I'll run the
save them for the kids.
I'll run the bases with those kids.
First pitch is going to get behind the catcher. Hamilton's going to advance to second. Going to see you out there bowling over kids, running them over on a race for the Otter Pops.
If that's what it takes to earn an Otter Pop, I'll run the bases.
Let's see. That was not the only thing, by the way, that I got information-wise about youth baseball night. You're also going to have the Klamath Falls Little League All-Stars join the Falcons out there on the field for starting lineups and introductions and stuff like that. Got a second meeting on the bump this half inning, although this is the first for Israel Morris up there, so not required to make a change yet for the Medford pitching staff, as Jacoby Tacchini will work ahead in the count 1-0 when we come back. Chance to remind you just briefly that tonight's broadcast on MyBasin.com is brought to you in part by the folks down at Klamath Falls Subaru on Washburn Way. Through the Subaru Love Promise and Subaru Share the Love events, Klamath Falls Subaru has donated thousands of dollars to dozens of hometown charities. Comfortable and not corporate at Klamath Falls Subaru. Stop by and say hi. I want to give a shout to Rob Cedar and the crew down there. I know Rob is excited about the Klamath County Fair coming up as well. Klamath Falls Subaru, a key sponsor of this year's Klamath County Fair, as are we, not this radio station specifically, but 92.5 KLAD, all under the same umbrella. Really looking forward to this year's Klamath County Fair. Are you much of a fair ride guy?
I'm a fair food guy.
Okay.
I'll tell you that.
Or what's the fair food you go for?
Elephant ear. I love a good elephant ear.
Okay.
Or some funnel cake. Same thing, really.
It is the same. They come out of the same truck. It's the same thing.
Pretty much, yeah. I like some good mac and cheese.
For mac and cheese steaks? The food truck?
Yeah.
There we go.
It's pretty good.
Got to give a shout out to those guys. I like their food too.
I like their white mac and cheese.
Yeah. In the shells?
Yeah.
There we go. They try to backpick Hamilton, but the throw winds up in center field. Hamilton dove back safely to second, then got up and broke for third. And an error is going to allow him to advance to third. And that will allow Jacoby Tacchini to bat. 1-0 in the count, and he's got a runner 90 feet away from scoring.
If I'm going to do fair food and fair rides, it's going to have to be separate days.
Yeah, that is the truth. One time I had a deep-fried Twinkie, and I went on the drop zone, and I won't tell you the end of the story.
Oh, I think we all know.
The 1-0 pitch is lined foul down the line. Tacchini even in the count, 1-1. For me, though, when I go out there, it's the oversized brick of curly fries.
Oh.
And then you just put too much ketchup on it. It's good, it's good stuff.
Yeah. You go to Arby's for that, though.
1-1, the count to Tacchini. Here's the pitch from Morris. Off speed, but called a strike. About letter high over the plate. Count is 1-2 to the Falcons catcher, Jacoby Tacchini.
For me, it's the Rage Bait games. I love to go to the Rage Bait games and lose every time.
Like where you got to toss the ball into the frog's mouth or something? Tacchini flies one to the right side. Going to be tough for the right fielder to get to, but that one is going to drop fair. And an RBI single for Jacoby Tacchini will score Corbin Hamilton. And the Falcons add another here in the fifth. A score now of 6-0.
I'm thinking more like the ring toss.
Okay.
You know, you have all those bottles, and you have to, like, toss the ring onto the bottles.
Of course, I know.
And you, like, always lose.
You always lose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun.
There's the one where they give you the baseball. You got to toss it in the bucket. They make it look so easy standing on the other side of the little desk there.
Yeah.
Man.
Or the basketball hoops where they put them at like 11 feet, but it looks like it's 10 feet.
Well, the rims are also badly shaped. Here's the pitch. It's a bouncer up the middle. Barrett was swiping seconds. They're not going to have a chance to play him, but they do get Meyer aboard, they do get him trying to get aboard at first. It is a 4-3 putout. Meyer is out, but Chase Barrett, who's in running for Tacchini, advances to second. So now it allows Colin Tacchini to bat with a runner in scoring position and 2 outs in the inning. Productive out there for Ian. He moves a guy into scoring position. But now Colin's got to knock him in, see if they can't extend this Falcons lead. They lead 6-0 here in the top of the fifth. Pitch from Morris is looked at for a strike. Nice bender, about knee-high over the plate to Colin. Not a bad take there from Colin either. He's going to look for something elevated, trying to drive it. He's 0 for 2 today. He's grounded out and flown out in 2 tries. 0-1 on the way to Colin. As Morris looks in, gets the sign from Colombo. Second baseman comes to cover the bag. They throw over to second. It's bit him in the past. This time it doesn't hurt him, though. Barrett's back safely. All right. Takini digging back in ahead of the 0-1 pitch. Here it comes. Misses upstairs. 2-1. After Colin, it's P.J. Safford in the order for the Falcons. Morris taking his time out there. Comes set. Now the 1-1. That one is hit to the right side. Move over again is the right fielder. This time makes the catch, and the inning is over. But the Falcons add 3 in this inning on just 2 base hits. They leave a man stranded, and they lead 6-0 as we go to the bottom half of the 5th on mybasin.com.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Rob, why do you think so many families choose Subaru here?
Because they're built for real life here in Southern Oregon.
All-wheel drive, safety, and room for everything from kids to camping gear.
And we've got Subarus in stock, ready to go when you are.
Plus, we're locally owned and deeply involved in the community.
When you buy from us, you buy from a dealership that supports Klamath Falls. Stop by and say hi.
Friendly, local, and easy to work with. That's us at Klamath Falls Subaru, right on Washburn Way.
5, 6, and 7 in the order for North Medford, due up in the bottom half of the 5th inning, a game in which they trail the Klamath Falls Falcons 6-0. I believe we're going to have Morris, the pitcher, hit for himself here, is what it looks like to me. So dropping the DH are the Mavericks here in the 5th. As Morris comes in, then it should be Kyson Scheid and Nico Colombo for the Mavs. All right. Colby Madero's still out there working for the Falcons. And we've got our base umpire in the right spot. Looks like we're ready to go. Home plate umpire says play ball, and we're off and moving in the bottom of the 5th. First pitch from Medeiros is swung on and missed. Ted Morris swinging over the top of his shoelaces on that one. The count is 0-1. By the way, Gavin Bowl exits the game as the designated hitter, having gone 0 for 1. He flew out to left field in the 2nd inning. Pitch on the way from Medeiros, off speed, and a swing and a miss, maybe a foul ball. I couldn't quite tell if that got the end of Morris's bat or not. Regardless, the result is the same, an 0-2 count on the Mavericks pitcher. Medeiros from the windup. Here it comes. That is called strike 3 on the outside corner. Medeiros taking advantage of the wide strike zone to set down Morris, and it brings up Kyson Scheid.
Okay, call me casual.
Casual.
Okay. But I don't understand why working out of the windup is so much better than working out of the stretch.
It's just all in the mechanics. Taking the extra step, slowing down, all those types of things. Some guys don't like to work out of the windup, but I think having your body in tune like that, having the rhythm, it was always easier for me.
Oh, I liked working out of the stretch the most.
Well, Walter, that's, again, why we're up here. Pitch came in and hit Kyson Scheid, by the way. He is aboard. Whatever worked for me, whatever I was comfortable with, it must not have been that good, because I only pitched one time when I was in high school in a game, so couldn't have been that legendary or trustworthy or talked about or anything like that.
I know, but it seems like the consensus.
Yeah.
And I'm not one to usually go against consensus. But
this is a question that is probably more sought out for a pitching coach, because I'll be honest with you, don't want to throw anyone under the bus, obviously, but my coaches when I played in high school in California weren't really teaching the fundamentals, let's say that. So I pitched out of the windup because I thought it was what you do, and I liked it. But as far as the mechanics of it and all that stuff, that's probably a good question for a pitching coach. As looking to lay down a bunt, they do. The throw over to first is in time, but Scheid advances to second. By the way, that was a pinch hitter instead of Colombo. That was Chin hitting in that spot there, and he is out. But he does move the runner over into scoring position now with 2 outs, and I believe it's Tucker Pickens up here. Medeiros delivers, and this one is a chopper to Tacchini at third. Throw across the diamond is in time, and that'll do it in the bottom half of the 5th. To the top of the 6th we go. In a 6-run ball game, the Falcons lead the Mavericks on mybasin.com.
When your care feels complicated, you need someone who won't back away. At Heartfelt, they are known for taking on the cases others won't. Complex, high-risk, and deeply personal situations that deserve real attention. They specialize in minimally invasive procedures, helping you heal faster and get back to your life, your family, your work. And they are here for the long term, not just one visit. No referrals needed, just care that truly shows up for you. Visit heartfeltobgyn.com or call 541-205-6890. Heartfelt OBGYN, expert care when it matters most.
At Pacific Power, we can't predict the future, but we're preparing for every possibility. With more extreme weather year-round, we're investing in an energy system ready for what comes next. By strengthening the grid, using smart infrastructure, and drawing from our diverse energy resources, we're not just powering today. We're designing an energy system that's built to weather tomorrow. Energy that makes powering your greatness possible.
P.J. Safford, Trustin Thomas, Ty Teeters do up this half inning for the Falcons. They lead the Mavericks a score of 6-0 in the top half of the 6th inning. Looks like Israel Morris still out there working for the Mavs as we get going here in just a moment. Falcons scored 3 runs in the top half of the 5th, aided by a 2 RBI single from Corbin Hamilton and an RBI single from Jacoby Tacchini. But now it's going to be 6, 7, and 8 to try to get the rally started for the Falcons. Pete Whistler down the first base coach side for the Falcons. Sean Teeters down the third base side. You've seen Craig Connor in the dugout. I believe those are all the coaches in attendance today for the Falcons as we get set to go here. Wind continues to blow out to left field a bit here at Jim Maccabee Field at North Medford High School. It's continued to gust at times. It's been inconsistent, but here blowing as the Falcons get a chance to swing away in the 6th.
Whoever is playing the music, you're doing an excellent job.
I wonder if those ladies are listening to us. I hope they are, because I would agree. They're playing some absolute heat here today. Pitch to Safford. First pitch swinging, ground ball up the middle, through for a base hit. 1 pitch and a base runner for the Falcons in the 6th.
I was just going to say, Mikey Safford, PJ's dad, who's definitely listening, you might have some competition when it comes to the music.
I don't know about that. I wouldn't go that far.
Okay.
Although we have, but what we have at home that we haven't seen anywhere else is the walk-up music, and I think that's where we have everyone else edged out, is the walk-up music.
That's definitely true. He brings a touch screen in, and it's ginormous and it's beautiful.
Move over to first. Safford is back safely. I can say, you know, whether it's Mike's work up in the press box or I'll pat myself on the back here a little bit, our broadcasts on mybasin.com or the grounds crew at Kiger Stadium, any of that stuff, people always come to Kiger Stadium and talk about how just overall cool it feels. You know, it just feels like the show when you get there. The Old Wood Stadium, the before the game with the anthem and the Legion Creed and all the things that we do, all the pageantry and stuff that not everywhere else does. It just makes it feel like a big deal, because it should, in my opinion anyway. Pitch to Trustin Thomas, misses upstairs, 1-0. And that's not trying to put shade at any of the other teams in our league. Some places just don't have the infrastructure to do it the way we do at Kiger Stadium.
It feels like a ball game.
100%.
It reminds me of when I used to go to the Gems game, and you're not really there for the baseball. At least me as an 8-year-old, I wasn't. I was there. I was there for the concessions
and the Otter Pops. We already talked about.
And the music. Well, I'm there for the Otter Pops now, Josh.
2-0 the count to Trustin Thomas. Safford with a pretty good lead off of first. They're going to check on him over there, but he's back safely. Man, Yeah, I was always, even as a kid, I would always go to the baseball games for the baseball. I used to get upset when my dad would want to leave in the 8th inning of an A's game to beat traffic.
Now that is a lame reason.
We're here for baseball. You know, who cares about traffic? I'll sit in traffic all day long if I get to watch the end of this ball game.
Yeah.
But,
well, sometimes it goes into 13, 14 innings.
Let's do it. Pitch is called a strike to Trustin Thomas. Count to Trustin is now 3-1. Ty Teeters due up next for Klamath Falls. Leadoff runner aboard is Safford in a 3-1 pitch home. Israel Morris is going to bounce to the plate. That's ball 4. Safford takes a turn around second, but he'll just stay there. 2 men on, nobody out here for Ty Teeters.
Speaking of baseball atmosphere and the Coliseum, I always loved going to baseball games, A's baseball games at the Coliseum, because that was the only time when my parents would just give me their card. When I was younger, at least.
How old were you when they would just do that?
I don't know, 10, 12, something like that.
What? They just let you get whatever you wanted?
Well, yeah, because they didn't want to get up. Because they were in their seats. They were mid-conversation with my uncle and my cousin, and they were watching the baseball game, enjoying the atmosphere. Like, we want nachos. We want, like, whatever. So, all right, take the card. So we go spend a bunch of money, get a ton of snacks. It's the time, man.
Yeah.
Time of our lives.
That sounds sweet.
Yeah.
I would have to pray the hot dog guy came nearby, or else we were not getting up.
Oh, no.
Ty Teeters tries to lay down a bunt first pitch. Count is 0-1 to him.
Did you see that?
What am I looking at?
Well, he kind of hit himself with the bat because he was upset that he did not lay down the bunt.
Hate to see that. He'll be all right, though. Maybe get another crack at it here in an 0-1 count. Teeters 0 for 2 in the ball game today. He's flown out in the 3rd, grounded out in the 5th. Corners in, protecting the bunt for Medford. Middle infield ready to turn 2 on a ground ball. Teeters shows bunt and pulls back on a pitch that misses down and in. Counts even to Teeters 1-1, and Harley Hoblet is on deck. You know, say what you will about the Coliseum, and there's been plenty said about it, and how it was broken down, beaten down, and should have been renovated or relocated or any number of things.
Yeah.
It's nostalgic, man. I miss going there. Teeters tries to bunt again. Now there's 2 strikes on him, 1-2.
How did such a poor old stadium get the coolest name of all stadiums? The Coliseum. That has aura.
It does. I miss it.
It means something.
1-2. The count to Teeters. Here's the pitch for Morris. Teeters checks his swing. Holds up in time. And has the tag applied. He is 2-2 in the count. All right. Leading off a second is Safford. Thomas with a bit more of an aggressive lead off of first. Morris comes set. Teeters trying to make something happen here. It's the pitch on the way. Teeters lines one to the right center field gap. That one is going to get down. Might be extra bases. Teeters turns around first. Thought about making it up to second, but Thomas slams on the brakes at second. Rounding third and scoring is P.J. Safford. And an RBI single improves the Falcons' lead to 7-0. Nice piece of opposite field hitting for Ty Teeters. A good at-bat. Took a couple of close ones, some curveballs, but he stayed back on that one. Drove it the opposite way. Was kind of questionable whether or not the right fielder would be able to. Ultimately, he wasn't. I thought maybe if Thomas got a bit of a better head start, might have been extra bases, but you'll take runners at first and second all the same, especially with nobody out, as Hoblet gets out of the way of the 1-0 pitch. He's walked twice today, and he's scored 2 runs.
I like watching Ty Teeters play.
He's got good fundamentals down over there.
He always makes the right play, and he's very good at bunting. That might be an underrated skill, but he might be the best bunter on the team.
I wouldn't disagree with that necessarily. He does lay down. He's got good bat control. I think that's what it is. And he, along with the bunt, he also showed it on the hit where he just went opposite field. That's good bat control. Hoblet takes one inside there. 2-0 the count to Harley, with Carson Sims due up next. Again, the Falcons lead 7-0. We're in the top of the 6th inning. Second game of a doubleheader today. As that pitch misses in the dirt. And the count is 3-0. By the way, I believe the new catcher into the game is Chin for Medford. Looks like Colombo is not out there anymore.
We got number 1 and number 1 talking on the mound together.
Man, it's like, you remember, you seen that comic book of Spider-Man pointing at other Spider-Man? You know, that's kind of how it feels. We got 2 number 1s and 2 number 2s on North Medford today.
Yeah.
And it's like Into the Spider-Verse a little bit.
All right.
I guess I'm the only one, huh?
No, that's a good pull.
Okay.
But there needs to be 3 of them.
True. Well, I can't win them all. Pitch to Hoblet in near his hands, called a strike. Counts 3-1. It's 3-1.
Hitters count. I told Hoblet he needs a double.
What does he get if he gets a double?
Well, I told him I'd tell the story, but
you already told the story.
I know, because he got a hit. I said get a hit, or I said get a hit, but I'm looking for a double, is what I said.
Gave it away. Hoblet, by the way, works a walk for the 3rd time today. He hasn't even gotten a real chance to hit a double. He's only got 1 hit across 2 games. He's walked 4 times.
Yeah.
All right, meeting on the mound. This may spell the end for Morris. And they take the ball from him. We will take a break. It'll be bases loaded for Carson Sims when we come back. More Falcons baseball next on 104.3 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
What are your goals? To get stronger, move better, feel healthier? Whatever you are aiming for, Harbor Isles is here to help you. They have brand new cardio and strength equipment. Harbor Isles offers indoor tennis courts, 4 indoor pickleball courts, energizing group classes, expert personal trainers, and a friendly, knowledgeable staff ready to guide you every step of the way. No matter what your goals are, Harbor Isles has everything you need to reach those goals. Stop by and see the difference for yourself. Harbor Isles, lose those reins and get your gains.
Are you an enthusiastic sports fan? Want to have fun and get in on the action?
Heck yes, that'd be awesome.
Have great attention to detail? Want to stay active?
Definitely.
Want to give back to the student athletes in your community?
Obviously, yes.
Then you'd make an excellent high school sports official. We need more officials in Oregon, because with no high school officials, there are no high school sports. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
Got a new man on the hill for the Medford Mavericks today, introducing number 2. There's 2 number 2s here for the Medford Mavericks today. I'm pretty sure this is Gavin Bowl. I think Braden Poff had a bit of more of a turtleneck under his jersey today. And so that's what I'm going to say until proven otherwise. So in comes Carson Sims to hit for the Falcons today. He bats with the bases loaded and nobody out.
Yeah, another thing to note, Harley Hoblet, that's there on first base, he marks the Mercy Rule run. If the Falcons can score that and hold them in the bottom,
Fly ball left field. That one is caught in left field. A great catch by Pickens out there. It'll work as a sacrifice fly, but that was a good catch in left field. Left his feet to bring that one in. Sims will have a productive first out here in the 6th.
Well, you can't be mad at that.
Not at all. Adams in to score. Everyone else stays put. Teeter's still in scoring position. Hoblet still at first. Hamilton pops one to the right side. That one is going to get down in foul territory. And that was real close to driving in all those runs. Hoblet had a great jump off the bag, but just bent foul. Hamilton's going to have to straighten that one out a bit. He's in an 0-1 count. By the way, pretty much can confirm that it's Gavin Bowl out there, right-hander for Medford, as he's ahead of Hamilton here, 0-1. Jacoby Takini is on deck for Klamath Falls. Hamilton's had a great day so far today, 3 for 3 in this ball game, 4 RBIs. He takes a pitch upstairs to run the count even, 1-1. He's also scored 2 runs in 3 trips around the bases today.
I'm kind of surprised that the duplicate numbers are even allowed.
I'm with you.
If this were a basketball game, they wouldn't allow him to suit up and play.
1-1, pitch misses outside, 2-1. On one hand, I agree with you. On the other hand, it's baseball. Let's just play,
Yeah.
It's not like it mattered, but it is confusing for my own purposes. That pitch misses in 3-1. I mean, ultimately, it doesn't, for 90% of the fans in attendance, who's number 2 doesn't necessarily matter, but I got to know who it is.
Yeah.
I think I figured it out. I'm pretty sure it's Gavin Bull. The 3-1. It misses inside. Hamilton walks. It loads the bases for Jacoby Tacchini. Teeters to third. To second, it's Hoblet. Tacchini 1 for 3 in the ball game today. He has struck out, flown out, and had an RBI single in the 5th inning. And that run you were talking about, Walter, which would help the Falcons try to earn a mercy rule win, is now in scoring position. They would have to pitch through the bottom half of the 6th inning should that run come across, but that's certainly what the Falcons are trying to do, is score that potentially mercy rule clinching run there at second, and some insurance standing at first as well with Hamilton on in this inning. And Tacchini wears a pitch. Got to make sure he didn't spin into that one. It looks like he didn't. And so he is going to score.
That's petty, Josh.
RBI here for Jacoby Tacchini, his second of the day. And Hoblet to third. To second is Hamilton. They're going to have Chase Barrett run in for Tacchini at first, and it brings up Ian Meyer. 0 for 3 in this ball game, looking for his first knock.
Do you just tell Ian Meyer to try and hit it up and out? Get a sac fly to score the mercy rule run?
I mean, anything in the outfield helps a lot, right? Whether or not you score that run on a sacrifice fly is kind of the goal, of course, but anything in the infield is trouble. You want to try to get it out to the outfield here for Meyer, because you're right, that out is productive if you can sacrifice it and score Hoblet from third. I mean, even if it wasn't the mercy rule run, you would still want him to try to lift it out there and score that run with a sacrifice. I mean, a base hit's great. I'll take a bases-clearing triple. Heck, I'd take a grand slam, but anything in between is also good. And it looks like we're having another pitching change here for Medford in this half inning. We'll step aside again with the bases loaded and a 2-0 count to Ian Meyer. Back after this on mybasin.com.
There's something special about this place. It's more than the quiet mornings and the open skies. It's more than the scenery. It's the people. Around here, people still wave when you pass by. They check in when something's wrong. They show up when it matters. At Sage Credit Union, we're proud to live and work in a region that believes in each other. A place where neighbors lend a hand, small businesses thrive, and generosity runs deep. We believe that being part of a community means giving back to it, not just with dollars, but with time, effort, and heart. That's why our employees earn paid volunteer time. That's why you'll see us at food drives, fundraisers, and the local fair. We show up for our community. This isn't just where we work. This is where we live, where we give, and where we grow. Right here, in the coffee shop, at the fundraiser, and in our local branch. At Sage Credit Union, we've found our people. We'll see you around town.
New man on the hill for the Medford Mavericks. It's going to be Nico Colombo out there for Medford, the 5th pitcher that the Mavericks have used today. By the way, I believe Bowl is sticking around in this game. We've also got Poff moving out there. No, Bowl's coming out. Poff is going out there. Okay. Doing my best to place all these defenders. We've had a lot of changes here today for the Mavericks. Let's go ahead and check in on Nico Colombo and what he's been able to accomplish this season for North Medford. He inherits a situation with the bases loaded and 1 out in the inning in a 9-0 ball game. Colombo this season for Medford is making his 4th appearance of the year. It's only his 2nd in relief. Colombo's pitched 13 previous innings. He has 1 win on the season and an ERA of 3.76. Fly ball to the right side is caught by the right fielder. Hoblet tagging and scoring, and the Falcons lead by 10. Good job there by Meyer, doing exactly what's asked of him. Getting that run across. And it brings up Colin Takini, the 9th batter to hit this inning for the Falcons. 2 men remain on base. At second, it's Corbin Hamilton. At first, it's Chase Barrett. Set on the mound is Colombo. And the pitch is hit to the right side. Got to be tough for anyone to get to, but the first baseman Stowers backpedals and makes the catch. And that will end the inning, but the Falcons score 4. They lead by 10. They'll try to close it out in the bottom of the 6th next on mybasin.com.
At Geno's on East Main Street, we're always ready for sports season.
And now is a perfect time to connect with us.
We're open every morning at 6:30, serving simply good food
for your breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
We offer breakfast burritos and burgers all day, Italian family recipes,
monthly specials, amazing desserts, and of course, your choice of cold or hot beverages.
Call 884-6474 right now to place a food order for pickup or use DoorDash delivery.
Or best of all, come dine in with us.
Geno's on East Main, simply good food.
Check out our full menu and all our activities at ilovegenos.com. Geno's on East Main, simply good food.
Welcome back on mybasin.com at 104.3 and 960 Sports. Apologies for those of you who came back a second too soon. Had to sing along to some of the music here. It's been elite level music going on here in Medford today.
Real ball knowers.
I've had to pull out the Shazam app a few times because I swear, like, these are songs that I know, but I don't know the names or who sings them. But I'm like, dude, my mom played these while making dinner when I was growing up. I got to know the names of these songs, so they come back to me.
For anyone wondering, that was Welcome to the Jungle. And I think it was 97% accurate.
Yeah. I think you were a little pitchy there. I don't know if you would have gotten out of auditions on American Idol, but
all right.
I appreciate the attempt. Colby Madero's first pitch is fouled back off the bat of Jackson Dalton, the leadoff hitter this half for the Mavericks. And it'll be Dalton, Poff, and Wyant due up this half inning against Colby Madero's, working into the 6th inning of his start today. Here's the pitch. Fouled straight back again. Count is 0-2 to Dalton, who's 1 for 1 in this ball game. He singled in the 3rd inning. Medeiros has been efficient today. He's only allowed 4 base hits to this point in the ball game. 1 in the 2nd, 1 in the 3rd, and 1 in the 4th as well. Also, 2 in the 4th. Here's the 1-2. On the way from Medeiros, swung on and missed, and a strikeout to lead off the 6th. Can't start any better way if you're Medeiros. Only his 2nd strikeout here through 5 1/3 innings pitched. Like I said, he doesn't make his money with the strikeout. It's the ground out where Medeiros is really carving out his role.
And sometimes those pitchers are just as valuable because they keep your defense awake. Sometimes you can fall asleep when you got a strikeout pitcher on the mound.
Count is 1-0 after that one. Misses up and in to Braden Poff. Medeiros has induced 9 groundouts today. The 1-0 misses 2-0. That one was just a bit down. Here's the 2-0. This is another ground ball, this time up the middle and through into center field. And a 1-out base runner for the Mavericks. It is the first hit of this ball game for Braden Poff, and it brings up Sage Wyant. Wyant is 0 for 2 today. He reached on an error in the 4th, and he grounded out in the 1st. But a 1-out base runner for Medford, even if they push 1 run across, this game continues to the 7th. Falcons trying to end it here in the 6th. If Medeiros can get out, keeping the shutout intact. First pitch to Wyant misses outside, 1-0. Wyant on the season, for Medford is batting .406, second best average on the team. Here he lifts one into shallow center field. That one is not reachable for anybody on the Falcons. Dropped right between Hoblet and Sims out there. Back-to-back base hits for the Mavericks, and they've got that runner now into scoring position. Only the second time this game that the Mavericks have had a runner in scoring position. Kyson Scheid was hit by a pitch and advanced on a ground out in the fifth. But other than that, first time that Mavericks have had somebody ready to get around and score. And even then, it happened with 2 outs in the inning. This is the first time they've had it with less than 2 outs. Here's the pitch from Medeiros. That one misses low. Count is 1-0 to Jackson Stowers. Jackson is 1 for 2 today. He grounded out in the first, singled in the fourth. Medeiros delivers the pitch. That one is a line drive over the head of Sims and into center field. Hoblet has a little bit of trouble with it, but they don't send the runner home. And so I believe actually that's Glidden in center field. Pardon me, not Hobbit. So Glidden is in center. And Snell is in left. That means Barrett is in right. And there you go. Some changes in the outfield for the Falcons. Bases loaded, 1 out after 3 1-out singles. To third is Poff. Wyant to second. Stowers aboard after the base hit, and now it brings up Ethan Lang. Big at-bat here as the Mavericks try to extend the ball game. That one is going to do just that. Liner through the left side. They are going to wave in Wyant as well. The throw to get him is in plenty of time. They gun down that runner, but the Mavericks get the one they wanted. They're now trailing 10-1.
Well, it looks like we're going into a 7th inning.
RBI single for Ethan Lang. 4 straight singles here in the 6th. None of them hit particularly hard, but they're just able to find some room out there, and it pushes a run across all the same. And so Stowers advanced into scoring position there. Lang is aboard at first. There's 2 outs in the inning. And here is one that's chopped to Takini at third. Has to make a tough throw, but it is beaten out by the batter, that being Bowl. And he is aboard for the first time today. Beats out the infield single. Bases reloaded here for the Mavericks in the 6th. And here is Kyson Scheid.
Is there a limit to the amount of pitchers you can have on your team?
Anyone can pitch, no. Not in American Legion Baseball, no.
So why wouldn't you just have one throw every inning?
Why would you have someone throw every inning?
Like have a new one every inning.
Why would you do that?
To keep the batters kind of off-centered, you know.
But if you got a guy who's throwing real good, why wouldn't you want to keep him in the game?
Well, I mean, we talk about the adjustment period, but what if the adjustment period was just all the time?
Swung on and missed at first. Throw down to first, and they backpick the runner to end the inning. They get Bowl, and the Mavericks get the one run they needed. They trail 10-1, but we are going to a 7th today, as we'll step aside for just a moment on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Come on in. Hey, I'm Jason with Elevate Physical Therapy, Fitness, and Performance, and just a little bit about us. So we started in March of 2020, opened right before COVID hit. It's been a wild ride. So one of the things I'm super passionate about is this idea of being guides, or think about like a map and compass. If you think about our job as physical therapists is to take a person who's had an injury and help them kind of go from point A to point B. And everybody's journey is different. It's never a straight line. It's nice to have someone that's been there, that's walked that path before many times. And so we see it as our honor and privilege to be able to walk with patients through those little steps along the way of getting back to doing the things they love. So to get a hold of us at Elevate, you can call our number at 541-887-2030. Check out our website, elevateptfp.com. Or check us out on Instagram, shoot us a message.
Top of the 7th inning, and the Klamath Falls Falcons lead by a score of 10-1 against the Medford Mavericks here today at Jim McAbee Field at North Medford High School. We're in the hottest point of the day right now, 86 degrees. Not too bad, all things considering. and all those things we're considering is the fact that it was 90 back on Thursday. It was 92 the last time before this we made a trip to the Rogue Valley, so yeah, I'll take 86.
Well, and also we're sitting under a shade with lots of breeze. That helps.
It certainly does. I haven't felt it too bad today, which I imagine the players probably haven't felt it too bad today either. But I can recall when we played in the heat back at Central Point, and even North Jackson a little bit, like hydration being such a big key. Had a couple of guys leave those games due to cramps and stuff. So, I mean, the heat can affect players in a lot of different ways, but today it hasn't been too bad. The fans have been well covered. We've got tents pitched up all over the grandstands. People brought their umbrellas and all those types of things. It's been a nice day for baseball. Glad we get to finish it out with a full 7-inning game here today as the Falcons lead the Mavericks 10-1. Jacoby Nickerson getting ready to lead things off for the Falcons here. He'll be followed in the order by Chase Barrett. And Nickerson swings and misses at the first pitch from Colombo. Count is 0-1. Colombo is the fifth pitcher that Medford has used today. We'll give you an outlook on who else is thrown today as Nickerson wraps one into right field for a leadoff single. So after the leadoff base hit, brings up Chase Barrett. Max Rogers is on deck. Barrett getting his first chance to hit today for the Falcons, or at least first chance to hit in this game. Pitch from Colombo on the way. First pitch swinging, it is popped up. Looks to be out of play. Count is 0-1. So like I said, Colombo today, the fifth pitcher that the Mavericks have used. We saw Sanderson with a 1-inning start. Kyson Scheid came in, pitched 2 innings, allowing 3 runs but only 1 earned. Jackson Stowers pitched an inning and a third, allowing 2 earned runs. Pitch on the way home is going to miss upstairs. 1-1 the count to Barrett. Israel Morris pitched 2/3 of an innings, gave up 5 runs. Bowl got 1 out. It came in the 5th inning. And since then, it has been Nico Colombo. Chase Barrett sends one over the head of the shortstop down in left field for a single. Back-to-back knocks for the Falcons to start the 7th.
Well, I think the real story is how well the Falcons have been able to swing the bat today. I don't think it's really the fault of any of these pitchers. It's just the way that the Falcons have been swinging.
Yeah, that hit was their 9th of this ball game, I believe. Couple that with the 12 that they had in the opener today. So, yeah, 21 hits across 2 games. Not too bad. And when you can turn it into, at this point, been 25 runs across 2 games as well, you'll take that. Max Rogers digging in, hitting in place of Ty Teeters, who exits after going 1 for 3 with an RBI. Pitch to Rogers is called a strike. Off the plate, knee high, but Rogers falls behind. On deck is Hunter Glidden. Colombo with the 0-1. Here's the pitch. Hit in the air, left field. Going back is Pickens. That one nearly commanded by the wind, but Pickens able to make the play, a solid play, for the first out.
Pickens has played really well in the outfield today for Medford.
You know, sometimes, especially with the wind swirling out there, it's tough to take an efficient route to the baseball because you don't really know where it's going to end up sometimes. But his routes to the ball have been really good. I mean, the hit that he took away from Sims, I think it was Sims earlier in the game, where he jumped and had to bring that one in. You don't get to that ball unless you take a good route to it. So you're right, he has played well. First pitch to Hunter Glidden, a ground ball chance out towards second to turn 2, and the Mavericks do just that. 4-6-3 to wrap up the 7th inning. Falcons will try to protect a 9-run lead in the bottom of the 7th next on 104.3, 960 Sports, and MyBasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. See
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
Ribosome?
That must be it, as we're talking about cell structure in the commercial break.
Sorry.
All right, welcome back to Klamath Falls Falcons baseball. 10-1 the score, and the Falcons lead. I can't believe you actually got it right after I said Ribotussin. That's a medication.
Well, he asked me what I knew, and I said the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell.
Yeah.
And he said, I beg to differ, it's the ribosome. And I guess the ribosome does make proteins, which carry out all functions in the cell.
Yeah.
So I guess you could be right that it creates what makes everything happen in the cell.
Of course I'm right.
But you can't do anything, the proteins can't do anything without having energy.
After you said I was right, Walter, I tuned everything else out, to be honest.
All right, fair enough.
10-1 the score. And we've got 6, 7, and 8 due up for the Medford Mavericks. Kyson Scheid, I believe it's going to be then Chin, then Pickens due up this half inning as Poor takes over for Colby Medeiros on the hill. We'll take a look at Hayden Poor's statistics here in just a second as he misses upstairs. Count is 1-0. Poor on the season, making his 10th appearance. It's his 5th in relief. He's pitched 20 previous innings to a 2-1 record. As that pitch is fouled off, count is even. Poor has allowed 14 hits, 8 runs. They're all earned. He's walked 11 and struck out 32 batters. In 20 innings pitched, he gets ahead 2 strikes on Kyson Scheid. Poor has an ERA of 2.8 entering play today. Here is the 2-strike offering home. And this one is popped up shallow center field. Hunter Glidden comes in, makes the catch, one gone.
A little bit of a fair catch there in the outfield.
Waving everybody off. Good to see Glidden taking command of that play. Not a guy who gets a ton of time out in the outfield, but he looked natural, making the call. And there's one out. And it brings up Chin here for Medford. Delivery from Poor. Swung on and missed on the high. Fastball. Count is 0-1. Chin for the ball game, 0 for 1 in this one. Jarrett Chin digs back in. Here is the 0-1 pitch. Misses inside. Count is even now, 1-1. Chin came in and took over the catching position from Nico Colombo, who used that time to warm up and take over as the pitcher, as that pitch is called a strike. 1-2 to Jarrett Chin, with Tucker Pickens due up next. Here's the 1-2 from Hayden Poor. Swung on and missed. 2 quick outs, and just like that, the Mavericks down to their final out of the day.
So in the big leagues, so say you're really good at both pitching and a fielding position.
I'm really good at both pitching and a fielding position.
Okay. Then why do I rarely see anyone from the field take the mound?
Well, I mean, it's more you specialize after a certain age, right? I think a lot of the kids who are, you get to 19, 20 in college, you get asked to specialize as a pitcher or a catcher. And it really is a matter of pitchers specializing rather than position players, because you want someone to just focus solely on their pitching if they're going to do that at an extremely high level throughout their career, rather than worrying about hitting mechanics or fielding mechanics or what have you. But it's something that a lot of kids across the country have to deal with every year, is finally deciding, do you want to play third base, shortstop, or do you just want to pitch? What do you want to do? It's a tough decision for a lot of guys to make. But for the Falcons and their sake, they've already got quite a few guys who specialize in the pitching department. The 3-1 pitch is going to miss upstairs, by the way. Pickens walks, and it brings up Jackson Dalton. I mean, you look at, Hayden Poor has been predominantly used as a pitcher throughout his high school career. Same for Colby Medeiros, although he plays a little bit of second base. But I think you could definitely say that he's a much stronger pitcher than he is at anything else. I think you could probably say the same for Hunter Glidden, even though he's out in the field right now. I mean, maybe I'm wrong about that. I haven't seen Glidden get a lot of opportunity to play defense, But from what we have seen of him, again, I think you could say confidently that you want him pitching rather than doing some of those other things because, one, he's good at pitching. Two, you've got other guys to do those things. Here's the pitch home to Dalton. That one bounces, gets away from Takini. Runner's going to advance into scoring position.
I mean, we talk about generational talent, Shohei Ohtani, how he's able to both pitch and hit, right?
Right, but I mean, that's like a once-in-a-generation player.
Right, but
that's like being like, well, you know, guys in the NBA, why don't they just go to the finals 8 straight years like LeBron did? But it's, I mean, it's such a generational thing that it's never, ever really happened before in baseball. You know, it's like you can't justify the average by the exception to the rule. You know what I mean?
Sure, but you don't think that eventually there will be a Shohei of third base and pitching?
If there is and I'm alive to see it, I'll be shocked.
Okay.
The 3-0 home from Hayden Poor is called a strike. 3-1 the count to Jackson Dalton. They also coach baseball so much different in Japan than they do in America. It's a completely different world. The 3-1, bouncer to third. This could do it. Colin Takini throws across the diamond. Meyer picks it out of the dirt. And that is the ball game. The Klamath Falls Falcons come to town and collect a sweep of the North Medford Mavericks, 15-1 in the opener, 10-1 here in our nightcap. We're going to step aside for 2 minutes. When we come back, we'll wrap up the day for you and get the Falcons ready for a return trip to Kiger Stadium on Monday night. Stick around for that on mybasin.com.
Are you an enthusiastic sports fan? Want to have fun and get in on the action?
Heck yes, that'd be awesome.
Have great attention to detail? Want to stay active?
Definitely.
Want to give back to the student athletes in your community?
Obviously, yes.
Then you'd make an excellent high school sports official. We need more officials in Oregon, because with no high school officials, there are no high school sports. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place that feels as good as home. And then I heard your voice. I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
What are your goals? To get stronger, move better, feel healthier? Whatever you are aiming for, Harbor Isles is here to help you. They have brand new cardio and strength equipment. Harbor Isles offers indoor tennis courts, 4 indoor pickleball courts, energizing group classes, expert personal trainers, and a friendly, knowledgeable staff ready to guide you every step of the way. No matter what your goals are, Harbor Isles has everything you need to reach those goals. Stop by and see the difference for yourself. Harbor Isles, lose those reins and get your gains.
Final score today from North Medford. The Klamath Falls Falcons defeat the Medford Mavericks 10-1. For the Falcons today, 10 runs come on 8 hits. They commit 1 error. Medford is going to have 1 run on 8 hits and 1 error today. The winning pitcher for the Falcons is Colby Medeiros. Worked 6 innings in a start, allowing 8 hits and a run while striking out 2. The loss in today's ball game goes, I believe, to Kyson Scheid, who pitched 2 middle innings, allowing one hit and 3 runs while striking out just 1 batter. Some offensive statistics for the Falcons today. Corbin Hamilton stayed hot up there, 3 for 3, 2 runs scored, 4 RBIs for Hamilton today. Jacoby Takini was 1 for 3 with 2 RBIs. PJ Safford was 2 for 4 with a run scored today. Chase Barrett, Ty Teeters, and Jacoby Takini with 1 hit each today for the Falcons. Interestingly enough, scoring 10 runs, no extra base hits in the nightcap for the Falcons, but a win nonetheless. They improved to 26-3 on the season and looked pretty good today behind another couple of quality starting pitching outings today, I think, Walter.
Yeah, I'd agree with that take. I don't really have much more to add than that. Just good job on the bats today for the Falcons.
Chance to return home on Monday for Klamath Falls. It is youth baseball night Monday night at Kiger Stadium, 6 o'clock first pitch, a single 9-inning game against the Grants Pass Cavemen. We hope to see you there as the Falcons look to extend their overall winning streak right now after this one standing at 8 games. Thanks for tuning in for another edition of Klamath Falls Falcons baseball here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. We'll be back with you on Monday night live from beautiful and historic Kiger Stadium as the Falcons return home as valiant winners of 4 straight on the road. For my partner, Walter Hartley, today, my name is Josh Eldridge. Have a great rest of your Saturday afternoon and a great weekend. So long and good night from North Medford High School.